Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Universal Job Transfer. I can extract skills from all realms. Chapter 81. Tonight's dinner was originally prepared by him to compare with Shui Tianyuan's connections after entering college. Especially the number of experts gathered around him. What do these families rely on? What they rely on is their own strength and the strong enough talents they can attract. At present, Shui Tianyuan has obviously been far surpassed by himself. Naturally, he doesn't care. Things like face are earned through his own strength. If you have no strength, who will give you face? Shui Tianyuan couldn't help laughing when he heard what this guy said at this moment. My final advice to you is, considering that we are all the new generation of several families, don't take this matter too far. Otherwise, this matter cannot be settled if you want to. Shui Tianyuan's words seemed to stimulate Mr. Zhao. Just because of the few people around you now, you want to take me back. Master Shui, please wake up. If any senior next to me comes out and wants to crush you people to death, it will be like crushing an ant to death. As Mr. Zhao said these words, the man who was walking towards this side with him also took a step forward. Shui Tianyuan's eyes naturally fell on the man. Indeed, just as Mr. Zhao said just now, this man just took a step forward, and his aura was already exuding. It is comparable to a late fifth order ferocious beast. Shui Tianyuan, do you want to take your words back? Of course, if you want to go out safely tonight, then drink all those bottles of wine as I just said. As long as this woman can finish the drink, you can leave now. If you can't finish the drink, one of you must stay here tonight to play with us. Zhao Tingting's face was ashen at this moment. Just now, she helped Shui Jingru hold back the glass of wine just out of help between friends. How did you know that things would develop to this point? Looking at the 3 bottles of wine placed in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow a sip of saliva. If I really had to drink it all in one go, my skin would have to peel off even if I didn't die. Naturally, her gaze was also directed towards Zheng Feng. Soon he sighed helplessly. She knew that her cousin was very strong now, but when it came to facing the strong man who was about to enter the second level ability, he was still a little behind. There was no other way. In the end, she couldn't think of a better solution, so she had no choice but to pick up one of the bottles of wine. But what no one present expected was this. It seems that when they thought Zhao Tingting was really going to drink the 3 bottles of wine with all her strength, she could stretch out one hand. Zheng Feng took the bottle of wine directly and put it on the table. You just said you couldn't finish the drink, so you left one person to accompany you to have a good time. I'll see how you want to play, and I'll accompany you. At this moment, Zheng Feng no longer hides his aura and fully displays it. Mr. Zhao immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Shui Tianyuan also stood up. Zheng Feng, you don't need to take action in this matter. I didn't think about it when I invited you here. Let me sort this out myself. Isn't he just a person who is about to enter the second level? After all, he is not. Mr. Zhao immediately laughed. I asked Shui Tianyuan, have you ever seen someone with close to second level ability being very powerful? Or is it that you freshmen have never been exposed to it at all? Senior son, let them see it. My friend should be gentler and don't kill anyone. Mr. Zhao glanced at Shui Tianyuan mockingly, shook his head, and prepared to hand over the stage to the man next to him. The man who was called senior son immediately cast his gaze on Shui Tianyuan. Just one punch actually caused a strong wind. Shui Tianyuan was naturally not slow to react. After seeing the punch flying towards him, he instantly used assimilate. The whole person is directly assimilated with the air. The man who punched in the air, Shui Tianyuan, who seemed to be in a transparent state in front of him at the moment, also smiled coldly. He reached into his pocket unhurriedly, and then took out a capsule-like object. The capsule was thrown out directly by him. The capsule actually dissolved directly in the air, splitting out into pieces of gray matter. Those substances directly wrapped around Shui Tianyuan, who was in a state of assimilation at the moment. According to Shui Tianyuan's own abilities, there should be no way for these things to touch him. But the strange thing is that these things actually succeeded in holding him back, and even allowed his original state of assimilation with the air to gradually disappear. Are you ready to deal with me tonight? Shui Tianyuan, who was forced to release the assimilation state, naturally looked towards Mr. Zhao. What do you think? You have already entered college, so your ideas are not still so naive, right? As long as you don't die. Mr. Zhao poured himself a glass of wine and sat aside, slowly admiring the battle. Facing Shui Tianyuan's question to him at this moment, he replied naturally. Shui Tianyuan was a little helpless. Just as he was about to say something, a pair of hands fell on his shoulders. Give it to me. Just remember what you said to me before. If you hadn't brought me here, I would have paid the money by now if I was doing the mission, and you would have compensated me by then. Zheng Feng said something and then walked directly in front of Shui Tianyuan. Shui Tianyuan did not show off again at this moment, and he put all his hopes in Zheng Feng. No problem, I'll have someone transfer the money now. After that, he still said this to Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng smiled slightly and looked towards Senior Sun. In an instant, he turned back his hand, and more than a dozen sword energy quickly flew towards the man. Seeing the sword energy flying toward him at this moment, the man just smiled and stamped his feet fiercely. A wave of air blew in all directions along the soles of his feet. The sword energy that originally flew towards this man was naturally bounced away by the air wave. It's just a little trick. You thought you could hurt me. Come on, let me see your true strength. Senior Sun smiled and said to Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng did not answer, but slowly stretched out his palm towards him. When the ability was activated, a ray of light instantly shot out from the center of his palm. Senior Sun kept waving his hands in the air. The entire space seems to be constantly being twisted and folded. In everyone's sight, the light that just flew out of the center of Zheng Feng's palm was about to touch Senior Sun. But the difference is always a few centimeters. The light seemed to be frozen in the air, unable to move forward at all. Only Zheng Feng himself knew very well that his light was still growing, just because the space in front of the guy was folding. The distance that was originally only a few centimeters seemed to become several tens of meters or even hundreds of meters after the space was folded. This guy's ability should be related to space. It can be said to be one of the most troublesome abilities. It's still a small skill. I'm a little disappointed in you now. Senior Sun glanced at Zheng Feng, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. His hands, which had been waving in front of him, suddenly stopped, and then he slapped them fiercely. Applause broke out instantly. A ripple in space slowly appeared in front of him. After the space ripple appeared, it instantly spread towards its location. Everyone standing near this space ripple felt a sense of boredom in their hearts, as if their whole bodies were being squeezed by something. Soon the space ripples arrived in front of Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng frowned slightly, and a strong sense of oppression instantly occupied his body and mind. The ripples in the space seemed to have layers of walls, crushing Zheng Feng's body at the moment. His heart seemed to be grabbed by someone's hands at this moment. Extremely uncomfortable, this is the first time Zheng Feng has felt like this. A wisp of blood slowly flowed out along his nose at this moment. After everyone saw this scene, it became clear that Zheng Feng was obviously at a disadvantage in this confrontation. If you don't think of a way to deal with my ability, you will die in my hands. Seeing the uncomfortable expression on Zheng Feng's face at this moment, Senior Sun said indifferently. Call. After hearing these words, Zheng Feng also took a deep breath instantly. He suddenly raised his hand, punched the ripple in space in front of him, and fainted. Could this guy be stupid? He shouldn't think that his fist can hit the air, right? Even if he can hit the ripples in the airspace, how can he hit it like that? Quote. It seems that the new generation of freshmen in the Southwest Military Academy is just like this. It seems that their rankings this year will be far behind us. Quote. Several nearby students who were from Qingbei University like Senior Sun couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw the scene in front of them. In their opinion, Zheng Feng will definitely lose in today's game. Mr. Sun didn't even need to take action again. Just the move in front of him made him unable to resist. Gotcha. But at this moment, a crisp sound sounded in everyone's ears. The spatial ripple that had been appearing in front of Zheng Feng was actually shattered by his punch. Even Senior Sun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the scene in front of him. This boy's physical strength seemed to be beyond his imagination. It's interesting, come on. Zheng Feng was also excited at this moment. A trace of bloody mist slowly appeared in a pair of eyes. It's just that no one discovered it. It seems that you are quite capable, but do you think I only know this one trick? Come on, let me see how you can beat me. Senior Sun shouted loudly, and then clapped his hands again. This time, space ripples still appeared. It's just different from the last time. This time, a total of 5 space ripples flew towards Zheng Feng. The strong sense of space squeezing also made those watching the battle on the side, and Shui Tianyuan had to take his sister and Zhao Tingting back several steps. This prevented the two of them from damaging their internal organs due to space compression. At this moment, all the clothes on Zheng Feng's upper body were shattered by the squeeze of space ripples. Zheng Feng felt a little distressed. Knowing that someone was treating him to dinner tonight, and the place he came to was quite high-end, he spent a sum of money to buy this set of clothes. The first time I wore it, it turned into pieces of rags. He couldn't accept this. In the college, that bloody weapon. The long sword was placed in the dormitory after Zheng Feng took it back. Originally he was going out to eat tonight, so naturally he didn't bring this long sword with him. The long sword seemed to sense the danger Zheng Feng was facing at this moment. It flashed with red light and then rushed out of the dormitory window. A red light pierced the sky. The oppression of space ripples still exists, and even this time there are some space fragments hidden in the space ripples. A lot of blood stains suddenly appeared on Zheng Feng's naked upper body. They all come from the cutting of space debris. It can't be seen clearly and can't be touched. It is more secretive and more lethal than the sword energy he just used with Blade Storm. At this time, Zheng Feng seemed to feel something. He immediately extended his hand. How come this guy was slapping so hard and suddenly reached out? From my perspective, this guy probably knows that he is not strong enough and wants to surrender. Yes, after all, it was Senior Sun who took action himself. Apart from the seniors who were about to graduate, who is Senior Sun's opponent in our school. Everyone on Mr. Zhao's side naturally thought that Zheng Feng was going to surrender, and their faces were full of gloating expressions at this moment. After all, in their opinion, Zheng Feng didn't know what was good for him and actually dared to provoke Senior Sun. Zhao Tingting and Shui Jingru, who didn't know the details here, saw Zheng Feng's actions and looked at Shui Tianyuan together. Don't worry, even if this guy is beaten to death, he will not surrender. Looking at Zheng Feng's movements at this moment, Shui Tianyuan naturally guessed something. But he didn't say it clearly, he just told the two girls around him not to worry for the time being. His eyes finally looked towards Mr. Zhao. Realizing that Mr. Zhao was looking at him with a look of gloating at this moment, he also smiled coldly. Mr. Zhao, who originally thought he had won, immediately frowned when he saw a smile appear on Shui Tianyuan's face. The window of this box suddenly shattered, and a red light flew out of the window. This red light fell steadily on Zheng Feng's hand. After everyone saw the true appearance of this light, they couldn't help but frown. A strange red sword. After holding the long sword in his hand, Zheng Feng could also feel a surge of power pouring into his body instantly. A voice also sounded in the top of his heart. Lend me your hand. Let me break this guy's ability. Not surprisingly, the person talking to him should be the little millipede he saw at the beginning. According to Teacher Chen, this little millipede should be the sword soul of this long sword. Zheng Feng didn't hesitate at all. He immediately followed the little millipede's instructions and completely handed over control of his arm to him. Under the control of the red sword, Zheng Feng's arm waved in the air and made several strange traces. These tracks are filled with an eerie red color. After waving, Zheng Feng's arm also lightly tapped the sword tip towards these marks. These traces flew out instantly and collided with those space ripples. After bursts of explosions, the 5 space ripples that were suspended in front of him suddenly disappeared. Senior Sun naturally frowned. He didn't expect that his ability would be unlocked like this. What's even more terrible is that the big guy is approaching him quickly with the long sword in his hand. Feel the weird feeling on that sword. He also clapped his hands violently, and the space in front of him was folded again. The space in front of Senior Sun was folded again, and the attack from Zheng Feng was naturally unable to do anything before. I thought this kid really had a way to deal with Senior Sun. It seems like he was just lucky just now. But I always feel like there's something wrong with the long sword in his hand. Even if something goes wrong, he will definitely lose to Senior Sun. If you don't believe me, Keep an eye on him. The surrounding students from Qingbei University were also watching the changes in the scene. Mainly because the scene that just happened also shocked them a little, but now they saw that Zheng Feng's attack on Senior Sun was still blocked, and they all breathed a sigh of relief together. Zheng Feng always held the sword tightly in his hand. His brows furrowed tightly. This guy's move is really shameless, he keeps folding space. He could feel that the distance between the two was almost 1,000 meters at this moment. And this distance is still increasing. It seems that as long as the guy in front of him is willing, his attack will never fall on him again. Give up, you can't deal with me. Choose to surrender, and I can make you less hurt. If you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being too harsh. Senior Sun also glanced at Zheng Feng at this moment. The tone was full of indifference. Is there any way to stop this guy from continuing to distance himself? Zheng Feng also asked quietly in his heart at this moment. Yes, but it will be more troublesome. The little millipede in the long sword also responded at this moment. It doesn't matter. No matter how troublesome it is, just get rid of this guy. Zheng Feng made a decision immediately. Okay, then you do as I say. Then, under the guidance of the little millipede, Zheng Feng bit one of his fingers. A drop of blood was forced out of the wound, and then dripped on the sword. Naturally, the drop of blood was swallowed up by the long sword in an instant. In an instant, CCDF, the sword's blade lit up. Like a heartbeat, the light spots emerging on the long sword at this moment kept flickering, extinguishing, flickering, and extinguishing. A bad feeling instantly lingered in Senior Sun's mind. He found that something was not right with the guy in front of him, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Break. At this moment, Zheng Feng just whispered. A bloody flower bloomed quietly on the sword. The next moment, the space in front of him was like glass, shattering layer by layer. These spaces shattered very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. In everyone's surprised eyes, the tip of the long sword in Zheng Feng's hand was already pressed against Senior Sun's neck. Everyone could see that the tip of the sword had scratched Senior Sun's neck. A very subtle scar slowly appeared. Senior Sun frowned tightly and looked at Zheng Feng in front of him in disbelief. This was the first time that he had been injured in this year. Even when he went to defeat the 6th level ferocious beast before, the other party didn't even cause him any injuries. Unexpectedly, he was injured by the kid in front of him. Surrender or continue. You make your own choice. If you choose to continue, I won't mind seriously injuring you. At this moment, Zheng Feng held the long sword in his hand and his tone was very cold. Everyone knew that what he said at this moment was not a joke, he really had the strength. Even those who thought they had defeated Mr. Zhao were a little uneasy now. I surrender. Feeling the pain caused by the scar on his neck, Senior Sun made a decision directly. The other party actually admitted defeat to Zheng Feng and put away his sword. His eyes naturally followed Mr. Zhao. Are you going to continue? If you continue, I wouldn't mind playing with you a little longer. Seeing the way Zheng Feng looked at him at this moment, Mr. Zhao also trembled in his heart. But as a child of a big family, he quickly calmed down his mentality in an instant. He coughed slightly and smiled at Zheng Feng. Brother, I think you have misunderstood. We are just having a little discussion tonight. We are all friends, there is no need to make the scene so ugly. I just heard that there seems to be some kind of deal between you and Master Shui. Let's do this. I'll pay you double the price he gave you. As long as you are willing to stay with me, you can make other requests as you like. A person who can actually defeat Senior Sun is not even a second-level ability user. Mr. Zhao naturally knows how much potential such a person has. In comparison, Senior Sun, whom he was originally proud of, dropped several levels in an instant. Zhao, are you going too far? Are you poaching people in front of me? Shui Tianyuan also said something dissatisfied at this moment. Master Shui, we are all smart people. What do you mean I poach people? Good birds choose trees to rest in. I think this little brother also understands this truth. Since you can spend money to hire him, why can't I? Don't be too double-standard. Shui Tianyuan suddenly took a step forward with an angry look on his face, as if he wanted to continue saying something. But at this moment Zheng Feng did take the initiative to speak. I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood the relationship between me and Shui Tianyuan. There is no employment relationship between us. He is my friend and I am his friend. Even if you double the price, I'm sorry, but I don't want to go to your place, Tianyuan, it's getting late, and we have to rush back to school. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he also glanced at Shui Tianyuan. Shui Tianyuan naturally understood what Zhang Feng meant at this moment, and he nodded slightly towards him. Then he took his little sister and Zhao Tingting and walked out of the box together. After leaving this hotel, even walking a long way out, Zhang Feng did not speak, but walked silently at the front. After confirming that the other party would not detect his status at this moment, Zhang Feng finally stopped holding on. Blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. Are you okay? Seeing Zhang Feng's condition at this moment, Shui Jingru felt a little distressed and stepped forward to support Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at Shui Jingru and forced a smile. It's okay, it's just that I was a little short of energy and blood just now. Just go back and have a rest. You two girls, don't stay out so late at night, go back to school quickly. I'll come back to you in 2 days. Shui Jingru naturally nodded. When Shui Jingru and Zhao Tingting walked towards their school together, Zhang Feng also said something to Zhao Tingting who was passing by him. What happened tonight has changed my opinion of you. I hope you will get better and better in the future and not go back to the same state again. Zhao Tingting naturally glanced at Zhang Feng at this moment, and then nodded silently to him. Seeing that the two women had disappeared from sight, Zhang Feng seemed to have lost all support and fell directly to the side. Fortunately, it was Shui Tianyuan who had been paying attention to Zhang Feng's situation since just now. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to fall down at this moment, he quickly stepped forward and supported him. Zhang Feng, I still want to apologize to you for what happened tonight. Originally, according to my plan, there should not be such a master around him. It's because I missed some of the people he gathered around him after he entered Qingbei University. The weak Zhang Feng also glanced at Shui Tianyuan at this moment. Okay, you kid, don't tell me these things now. Hurry and take me back to school. If they accidentally see me later, we will be finished. And remember to send me the money. Don't forget about it after you go back. Shui Tianyuan also smiled when he heard that Zhang Feng was still carrying the money mentioned before. When Zhang Feng returned to the dormitory, he lay directly on the bed and entered a state of rest. He did not suffer any serious injuries, just like what he explained to Shui Wanyi before. After forcing a drop of blood out of his body and giving it to the little millipede, it did have a certain impact on the blood and energy in his body. Especially when he forcibly broke through Senior Sun's ability in the end, the energy and blood in his body was like an overflowing river. When Zhang Feng got up early the next morning after a night's rest, he clearly felt that his condition was much better. Shui Tianyuan was not in the dormitory, it seemed that he had gone out. Zhang Feng was not idle either. He was originally going to take over the mission yesterday, but was pulled away directly by Shui Tianyuan. I was at school today, and there was no one else. Regarding his affairs, he just wanted to take a look at the place where he received the mission. When I came to the place where I received the mission, I opened the mission content I could pick up on the big screen. Zhang Feng just glanced briefly, and then a touch of surprise appeared in his eyes. The tasks he can accept now have been promoted from the lowest level at the beginning to the second level. The tasks on the task list are divided into 4 levels. From top to bottom, there are 4 levels, A, B, C and D. Among them, level A is still locked for Zhang Feng at this moment, and he cannot accept the tasks inside for the time being. At this moment, level B is open to him, which means that except for level A, he can take on most of the tasks on the list. Looking at the hundreds of newly added tasks at this moment, Zhang Feng once again felt that his eyes were dazzled. The higher the level, the more time it takes to perform tasks and the more requirements the tasks have. Of course, the corresponding rewards will also increase a lot. Taking the missions that could only be accepted at the D level at the beginning as an example, the maximum amount of Daxia coins Zhang Feng could obtain at one time was only 5,000. For level C, which is 1 level higher, the bounty obtained each time will range from 10,000 to 100,000. As for the B level that Zhang Feng went to see directly at this moment, the bounty has reached hundreds of thousands of Daxia coins. Now that he can receive high-level tasks, Zhang Feng naturally stopped looking at those low-level tasks. After selecting directional filtering on the task list, his eyes naturally fell on all the remaining B-level tasks, superior. There are 5 tasks in total. Task 1. Go to the Hengduan Mountains and look for Xiao ore. To complete the task, you need to submit 20 ores. Mission 2. Go to Xinfang City to resist the coming beast tide. The known beast tide is level 5. Task 3. Escort the treasure to the Magic City. The estimated escort time is 1 month. Zheng Feng took a rough look at the Class B missions on the list. The only mission that can kill ferocious beasts is Mission 2. The remaining missions are either mining or escorting. These tasks generally require a lot of time and energy, and for Zheng Feng, the gains outweigh the losses. In the end, he directly chose to accept Mission 2 and went to Xinfengkan City to resist the next 5th level beast tide. He is very confident in his current strength. Even if he faces a tide of 5th level ferocious beasts, he believes that he can easily deal with it. After receiving the corresponding task, the relevant task information was also sent to Zheng Feng's mobile phone. According to the mission prompts, the latest cycle tide will arrive in a week. The fastest time to get to Xinfang City from the location of the Southwest Military Academy is 6 days. In other words, after Zheng Feng Station receives the mission, it must prepare to set off immediately. After returning to his dormitory, Zheng Feng also discovered that Shui Tianyuan was back. He also briefly talked to him about the tasks he was going to perform next. After hearing the content of the mission that Zheng Feng was going to perform, Shui Tianyuan said directly, "Would you like me to go with you? It just so happens that I have nothing to do during this time." Regarding what Shui Tianyuan said at this moment, Zheng Feng did shake his head slightly. It's not for any other reason, it's just that he simply wants to practice on his own. After all, you can't rely on Shui Tianyuan's perception ability every time. After seeing Zheng Feng rejecting his request to go with him, Shui Tianyuan didn't say anything more and just took out a token from his pocket. There are collateral families of our Shui family in Xinfang City. If you encounter trouble there, you can go directly with my token and find the person in charge of their family. When they see this token, it is equivalent to seeing me. They will try their best to satisfy any request you make. Because he had just rejected Shui Tianyuan's request to go with him, Zheng Feng also took the token in order to prevent this guy from having random thoughts. Since you said so, then after I pass, I will also enjoy the rights of young Master Shui. Hearing what Zheng Feng said at this moment, Shui Tianyuan said immediately, "You kid, don't go over there, take this token, and let us, the Shui Jiafeng family, give you all our property. When the news reaches my ears, you will be waiting when you come back." The two looked at each other mysteriously and laughed together. Then Zheng Feng simply packed up and started preparing to go to Xinfang City. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Feng also entered Xinfang City while the sun had not completely set. Xinfang City is not big, it is only a third-rate city in the Dragon Kingdom today. But it is adjacent to a large plain, and there are 3 Lord-level ferocious beasts on the plain. So every once in a while, the 3 Lord-level ferocious beasts would organize a beast tide. Zheng Feng, who arrived at Xinfang City, also went directly to find the agency responsible for receiving mission workers in this city. After handing over the voucher for receiving the mission to the staff quickly arranged accommodation for Zheng Feng. According to the originally expected time, Zheng Chao will appear the day after tomorrow. After Zheng Feng got the location and the key to the accommodation, he left here first, preparing to have a good rest for a day. Zheng Feng put his luggage in the room and prepared to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, I still had many classmates in that high school, and it seemed that they also went to a college here in Xinfang City. Although the colleges and universities here in Xinfangcheng are not one of the top 10 colleges and universities, they are generally good. For example, ordinary students in their high school will usually choose the colleges and universities here. After all, after graduating from a college here, as long as you are lucky, you can get some merit on the battlefield. These achievements will be of great help for future employment. For example, my uncle Zhao Zongyi graduated from a university here. The university here is not far from where Zheng Feng lives, just a street away. It was getting dark when Zheng Feng came out, and the streets were gradually becoming lively. Naturally, students from that university appeared in groups on the street. As expected, Zheng Feng met an acquaintance as he walked. "Isn't this Zheng Feng? Why are you here now?" One of them waved to Zheng Feng from a distance. Zheng Feng glanced at the man, who was his former classmate. Although he was an average classmate, they didn't communicate much with each other and their relationship was only average. But after seeing clearly the girl standing next to the man, Zheng Feng was stunned. Zhang Shui'er. Zheng Feng never thought that he would meet him here. Speaking of Zhang Shui'er, Zheng Feng felt a little lonely. The two of them have known each other since they were in elementary school, and then in junior high school and then in high school. The two of them were basically childhood sweethearts. In Zheng Feng's heart, he naturally had a good impression of Zhang Shui'er at the beginning. Even in the eyes of some old classmates, the two of them are likely to get together in the future. It wasn't until Zheng Feng's talent level was tested that Zhang Shui'er gradually began to alienate him. After entering the third-year high school class, the two people who had been classmates were assigned to different classes. Just as Zheng Feng was thinking about the past, the people over there were already walking towards him. "Zhang Shui'er, is this person your childhood sweetheart? He looks quite handsome." A girl standing next to Zhang Shui'er looked at Zheng Feng and asked with a smile. The fact that she was Zhang Shui'er's childhood sweetheart should have been spread by the boys nearby. Facing the inquiry from her companion, Zhang Shui'er also glanced at Zheng Feng, with some dissatisfaction in her eyes. However, she did not respond in any way, but immediately turned her gaze aside. "Zheng Feng, your boy, which college did you want to apply to?" "There were so many people there that I didn't even have time to find out. But having said that, colleges and universities should not be on vacation at this time, right? Why are you here all of a sudden?" The man who originally greeted Zheng Feng also asked curiously. "What college can he attend with his talent? I think he comes here to work." Zhang Shui'er also said coldly at this moment. "What's wrong with working part-time? Isn't it good to work part-time?" "Right, Zheng Feng. Let's go, it's rare to see each other. We have to celebrate tonight. Speaking of which, I still miss my old high school days. It's not like it is now." The man stepped forward and hugged Zheng Feng's neck. Regardless of whether Zheng Feng agreed or not, he led his group to a roadside stall. After ordering a few side dishes from a roadside stall and a few beers, the man pulled Zheng Feng to sit down next to him. "Actually, all of us still envy you, kid. You, too, were worried at first. If you had taken the liberal arts exam, you would probably be able to enter a college now. But in the end, you had to take the martial arts exam. But that's all in the past. Now that we are working, we have to show off our working style and come and have a drink." The man still didn't give Zheng Feng any chance to speak. After he finished speaking, he poured him a glass of wine and then clinked glasses with him. Zheng Feng was a little helpless, but he still chose to drink all the wine in the glass. Zhang Shui'er, who was sitting in front of him, had not looked at him since she sat down. Instead, she was chatting happily with the little sister next to her. Zheng Feng naturally heard a few words vaguely. It seems that someone in the school is pursuing Zhang Shui'er recently, but Zhang Shui'er has never expressed his position. "Shui'er, it's such a coincidence that I met you here." Just when Zheng Feng put down his cup, a man's voice came out. "Senior Chen, do you want to come and have a drink together?" The little sister next to Zhang Shui'er also said hello when she saw the man at this time. The man was naturally unceremonious. He took a stool from the side and sat directly next to a few people. "It turns out, Shui'er, you like this kind of environment. If you had told me earlier, I would meet you at this place next time. By the way, why haven't I seen this person in school before?" At this time, the man also noticed Zheng Feng sitting next to him and asked doubtfully. "Oh, he is Snow." The little sister next to Zhang Shui'er was interrupted by Zhang Shui'er just as she was about to say something. "He is a classmate of mine in high school. He recently came here to work and I happened to meet him. It turns out we are classmates. I'm glad to meet you." When he heard that Zheng Feng came here to work, the man's eyes instantly became filled with disgust. "I'm here to work. Do you want me to recommend a job for you? Since you are Shui's friend, you will naturally help me if you can." Hearing what this man said to him at this moment, Zhang Feng also shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need it. The man sitting next to him also whispered quickly after seeing his actions. Zhang Feng, this senior Chen has some connections in his family. If he is willing to help you find a job, he can find a good job. I'm also aware of the situation in your family, so don't get too carried away at this time. Zhang Feng also knew that the man beside him was really thinking about him, and he smiled. Actually, I'm not here to work. You all misunderstood. I accepted a mission, so I came here. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I didn't even have time to speak just now, so you all finished my words for me. Hearing what Zhang Feng said at this moment, the man sitting on him was also stunned for a moment. Immediately, he slapped Zhang Feng on the back. I'll just tell you that there's no way you, the kid, can go out to work so early. How about that? Which school are you in now? Southwestern Military Academy. Quote, Southwestern Military Academy. After Zhang Feng told the answer, several people around him looked surprised. Especially the senior named Chen was asking Zhang Feng at this moment. You said you were a freshman at Southwest Military Academy this year. It shouldn't be. I have relatives there too. They are not allowed to leave the local area during the first 6 months of their freshman year. Are you really a freshman at Southwest Military Academy? He glanced at Zhang Feng doubtfully. Indeed, the senior named Chen was not wrong. However, the freshmen of the Southwest Military Academy are indeed in their first year and cannot leave from the local area, but only those freshmen who enter the school according to the ordinary procedures. Oh, those are the ordinary freshmen you are talking about. I am among the specially recruited batch. Zhang Feng also explained a little bit. That's even more wrong. I know that Southwest Military Academy recruits some freshmen every year. My relatives are also there, but they said that the recent batch of specially recruited freshmen have been assigned to various places to practice on the battlefield. It seems that our area has not been divided into battlefields yet. Everyone looked confused at this time and looked towards Zhang Feng. Just when Zhang Feng was about to continue explaining again, Zhang Shuier spoke first. I originally thought that your talent, which is only E-level, would make you more honest and work harder. But I didn't expect that you are now full of lies. Don't you know what's going on in your family? Are you worthy of your mother? It seems that I was right to choose to distance myself from you. Zhang Shuier's words naturally directly stated that what Zhang Feng said just now was a lie. All of a sudden everyone present felt embarrassed. Even the classmate who was entertaining Zhang Feng warmly raised his glass at this moment, not knowing what to do next. So that's it, it's your fault, classmate. Shuie is right. Our talent level is only E-level, so we should be more down to earth. Since you are Shuie's friend, that's good. I have some connections with the leaders in the school. If that doesn't work, I'll go to him and see if I can transfer you to our school. At least you can also be in Zhang Chao's class later, get some merit. Zhang Feng also shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, I don't think I need it. It's getting late, so I won't delay you any longer. I'll leave first if I have something else to do. After saying that, Zhang Feng stood up and prepared to leave from here. He just stood up, because Senior Chen also stood up with him. What's going on with this person? Why are you so unwilling even after I say a few words to you? Shuie is also doing it for your own good, right? You have to know that you are Shuie's classmate, so she would be willing to say this about you, and no one else would say this. Zhang Feng immediately frowned and glanced at Senior Chen. That's right, if it weren't for the fact that you are my childhood sweetheart in school, I would have scolded you a long time ago. It's really shameless. The little sister sitting next to Zhang Shuier finally said what she originally wanted to say. Even if Zhang Shuier wanted to stop her, it was too late now that the office was here. Childhood sweetheart. Upon hearing these 4 words, Senior Chen immediately looked Zhang Feng up and down. Soon, the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. It's true that cats and dogs all want to have a relationship with their childhood sweethearts. You are here just to find Shuie, right? For your childhood sweetheart relationship. If you really think this way, I advise you to give up immediately. Don't urinate and look after yourself. Your talent level is only E-level. What use will you have in the future? I'm afraid you will be a first-level ferocious beast. You can't even win. Zhang Feng didn't want to stay in this place any longer. The classmate who just greeted him was actually pretty good to him, and he didn't want the situation to continue to become awkward. But that Senior Chen still stopped in front of him. There was a proud look on his face, as if he wanted to preach something more. You'd better disappear from my presence now, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Inexplicably, I felt a trace of fire appear in my heart. He said in a deep voice to Senior Chen in front of him. You're not polite to me, who do you think you are? There are no more than 10 people who dare to be rude to me in Xinfang City. Who do you think you are? Unexpectedly, before Senior Chen could say the next words, Zheng Feng punched him in the face. Senior Chen didn't pay attention and was knocked to the ground directly. There was even nosebleeds. Zheng Feng, are you crazy? When Zhang Shuier saw Zheng Feng suddenly taking action, she quickly ran to Senior Chen, who fell to the ground. He was telling the truth. Is there anything he said that was wrong? It doesn't matter if you like lying, but now you have become such a rough beast. I'm so disappointed in you. Zhang Shuier looked at Zheng Feng and said something angrily. At this moment, Zheng Feng just looked at Zhang Shuier indifferently, said nothing, and walked out from here with long strides. Senior Chen touched his nose at this time and glanced at the blood stained on his hands. He immediately roared angrily. Guy, you actually dare to attack me? Tell me this guy's name, and I will make it impossible for him to survive in Xinfang City. Originally, the male classmate wanted to stop Zhang Shuier, but Zhang Shuier just gave him a cold look and directly told all the information about Zheng Feng. When Zheng Feng returned to his accommodation, he simply washed up and lay directly on the bed. After getting up early on the second day, he followed what the receptionist said yesterday. The top 10 orders went over to participate in the registration meeting for those involved in fighting against the beast tide. After submitting all your information, the other party verified. After confirming that it was correct, you handed a black card to Zheng Feng. Sir, please keep this card. All subsequent information about you has been stored in this card. When resisting the beast tide, the number of kills you kill will be stored in this card. After the beast tide is over, you can come to us with this card to withdraw points. The corresponding bounty will also be distributed to you, and these points can also be exchanged for the items you need. After knowing the main purpose of this black card, Zheng Feng naturally put it away. After leaving here, Zheng Feng was naturally planning to go back to his resting place. According to the previous data, the beast tide will appear at noon tomorrow, so naturally he will need to get here in advance. Just as he was about to go back to his accommodation, Zheng Feng felt that someone was staring at him before he even walked out. He stopped, turned around and looked behind him. The other party seemed to be very cautious as well. The moment Zheng Feng turned his head, the man pretended to be watching something violent. Zheng Feng also immediately smiled coldly, and his pace naturally accelerated a little. There happened to be a small alley in front that could be turned into, and Zheng Feng immediately turned around and walked in. The people who were following him quietly continued to follow Zheng Feng after they saw him entering the school. What the person in charge of tracking didn't expect was that he was directly pressed against the wall as soon as he turned into the alley. Who are you? Why are you following me? The person holding this guy down was naturally Zheng Feng, who entered the alley first. Facing Zheng Feng's question to him at this moment, the man was a little surprised. How did you find me? Zheng Feng did not answer this guy's question, and the strength in his hand became stronger again. The man's face, which was originally leaning against the wall, instantly became a little flushed, and then began to change in the direction of Pig. Tell me, let me go first. The man also felt that he was almost out of breath at this moment, so he said quickly. Zheng Feng did not let him go directly as the guy said, but just relaxed his grip slightly so that the guy could breathe a little more. Tell me, if you dare to deceive me, I don't recommend dealing with you directly here. When Zheng Feng said these words, his tone was very cold. It wasn't meant as a joke at all. The man's body also trembled slightly, and he naturally felt the murderous aura coming from Zheng Feng. I was found by Master Chen. He said last night that if we see you, we will follow you and find where you live. Did you offend Master Chen? The people he asked us to keep an eye on usually don't end well. After listening to what this guy said, Zheng Feng naturally recalled the man he met at the food stall last night. There are several of you, right? But if that guy comes to see you, Just tell him directly that I will wait for him here. You should be able to bring him here in half an hour, right? At this moment, the man who was still holding his neck by Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. For so many years, this was the first time he had met such a guy since he worked under Master Chen. Knowing that Master Chen is going to cause trouble for him, he doesn't want to escape. Instead, he actively wants to meet Master Chen. Let me advise you, we can't afford to offend Mr. Chen. You are probably not a local. You don't know the power of Master Chen's family. I advise you to leave here quickly. I am the only one responsible for keeping an eye on this area for the time being. The other companions probably haven't noticed it yet. You should run away quickly. From the tone of Zhang Feng's words just now, this guy also analyzed that he was not a local. So at this time, I also gave some kind suggestions. No need for you, just do as I say. As for me, don't worry, you should just worry about that Mr. Chen you are talking about. Give you half an hour, if Master Chen can't find this place, then I will have no choice but to trouble you. Zhang Feng's murderous intent had not subsided, so after he said these words, the man even trembled slightly. Almost instantly, the man quickly nodded and said he would do it now. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. Master Chen, yes, he is mine. I have found him for you. He is with me now, you can come directly. Just give up, he can't escape. I'm here to watch. After hanging up the phone, the man looked at Zhang Feng cautiously. Brother, I have other things to do. Can I leave from here first? I glanced at him in the morning and shook my head slightly. When will Master Chen arrive? When will you leave? The man just looked at Zhang Feng's eyes and did not dare to speak again. Soon, a car parked directly outside this small alley. The young Master Chen I saw last night also got out of the car with two people who seemed to be bodyguards and walked into this alley. Boy, do you still remember what you did to me last night? In the entire Xinfeng city, you are the only one who dares to do that to me. You can't even think of walking out of this circle alive today. You two, make it clean for me. When Master Chen saw Zhang Feng in the alley, he said something coldly, and then waved to the two bodyguards following him. After receiving Master Chen's order, the two bodyguards rolled up their sleeves together and walked slowly towards Zhang Feng. As for Zhang Feng's strength, they were roughly introduced to it by Master Chen on the way here. A guy whose talent level is only E level, let the two of them take action, it can be said that he is overqualified. But what everyone didn't expect was that the two bodyguards had just walked in front of Zhang Feng, and then they flew out. The two of them lying on the ground soon tilted their heads and fainted. Master Chen seemed to have not reacted before Zhang Feng had already walked up to him. I said I came to you for important matters, so don't come to trouble me. This is just a warning to you. If something like this happens again next time, you will be the only one who flies out. As for whether you will live or die when you fly out, it all depends on my mood at the time. Zhang Feng, who came to Master Chen, did not. Instead of taking action directly, he said something coldly in his ear. At this moment, Master Chen felt a chill all over his body, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Fortunately, after Zhang Feng finished speaking, really left here directly. At least the original feeling disappeared. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with Zhang Shui's childhood sweetheart. At this moment, Master Chen only felt a drop of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. After confirming that Zhang Feng had left him, he didn't care about the life or death of the two bodyguards on the ground. He got into his car directly and asked the driver to drive back to his yard. Zhang Feng naturally returned to his place of stay. Soon after noon arrived, his phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the classmate I met last night. The two of them sat down and exchanged phone numbers with each other. Hey, Zhang Feng was really embarrassed last night, and I don't know what will happen next. Originally, I simply wanted to invite you to have dinner with me. After all, we are all old classmates. Who knew that Senior Chen would suddenly show up later? Has he caused any trouble for you? Mr. Chen's family has a big business. As a former classmate, I still want to advise you, leave us as soon as possible. Quote, from the tone of the other party's call at this moment, Zhang Feng could also feel that his classmate was really worried about him. He immediately smiled at the other end of the phone and said, Don't worry, that guy won't cause trouble for me. I really have something to do here. Otherwise, why would I come here properly? If he really wants to cause trouble for me, do you think you can still get through if you call me now? Zhang Feng naturally did not tell anyone about his encounter with Mr. Chen. The classmate thought about it carefully and realized that what Zhang Feng said was right. That's good. I was worried to death this morning and was thinking about giving you a call. I felt relieved when I heard that you were okay. Have you had lunch? If you don't mind, come to our school to find me. The food in our cafeteria is actually quite good. Just think of it as my apology for what happened last night. Zhang Feng, who happened to have not had lunch yet, was still hesitating about what to eat for lunch. Hearing the invitation from this old classmate, he naturally agreed. The two immediately made an appointment to meet at the gate of the classmate's school in 20 minutes. At the school gate, Zhang Feng also saw it from a distance, standing there waving to his classmates. Walking over quickly, the two of them ran directly to the canteen. After preparing the meal, the two of them found an area with a relatively small number of people and cooked it. This old classmate is actually not doing well in the current school. His own natural ability is only C level. Although it is not the worst, it is not much better. At first, I barely managed to meet the scores of these schools, and then I got in. While eating, my old classmate naturally smiled and listened to some of his complaints about his back injury. Just when the two of them were about to finish eating, a person suddenly sat down next to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took a look and found that it was the little sister who was with Zhang Shui'er last night. Childhood sweetheart, are you okay? Don't you know that Master Chen is going to cause trouble for you? You actually dare to show up in our school so arrogantly. You are so brave, I really want to. This woman was somewhat familiar with her. After sitting down, she said a few things to Zhang Feng. The old classmate also frowned when he saw this woman sitting down. It seemed that he didn't like this woman very much either. Zhang Feng naturally didn't want to say anything more to this woman, so he frowned and asked, 22. Please excuse me, we've finished eating. As he spoke, he directly picked up the dinner plate in front of him and prepared to leave from here. He, a woman, didn't seem to have any intention of getting up. Even at this time, he directly grabbed Zhang Feng's arm. Why don't your childhood sweethearts leave so early? Let's talk about it. Anyway, since you are in school now, you are not in a hurry to leave here. Let's talk about the story between you and Zhang Shui'er. I'm really curious about what happened between you two. Zhang Feng's face suddenly turned cold. Naturally, he didn't want to recall what happened with Zhang Shui'er. Especially when I think of Zhang Shui'er's attitude towards me last night. There's nothing between me and him. Zhang Shui'er happened to come over with a dinner plate at this time. She also frowned and glanced at her little sister. Naturally, his eyes finally fell on Zhang Feng. It was obvious that the disgust in his eyes had not disappeared, but had intensified a lot. Why are you still here? How many times do you want me to tell you, isn't it good to be an honest and down-to-earth person? Leave quickly, lest Master Chen finds you and you will make things very difficult for me. Zhang Feng, who originally didn't want to stay here any longer, suddenly became interested when he heard Zhang Shui'er's last words. He naturally asked Zhang Shui'er with a smile. You said you would be in trouble, how embarrassed would you be? Zhang Shui'er seemed to be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to talk to him like this. The question is even asked. Okay, since you asked, I'll tell you. There is only one thing that makes me embarrassed. After all, you are my old classmate. If you die in front of me like this, what do you want me to do? Should I cry because we are old classmates? Or should I pretend not to know you? Hearing Zhang Shui'er's answer to his question, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then please, old classmate, it's best if you don't cry when the time comes. After all, as an old classmate, what's there to cry about? Suddenly, the atmosphere among the few people dropped to freezing point. I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you anymore. Old Ma, let's go. Zhang Feng said to his old classmate who was already standing aside, and then the two of them carried the plates to the recycling area. Not long after Zhang Feng and his old classmates left the cafeteria, Master Chen came. Naturally, Zhang Shui'er's figure was found in the vast sea of people at a glance. Shui, the food in the cafeteria is not nutritious, so don't eat it in the future. If you want to eat something, just tell me directly and I will ask my chef to cook it for you. I can tell you this, my chef is definitely one of the best in Xinfeng City. Seeing Master Chen sitting down in front of her at this moment, Zhang Shuier naturally asked with some curiosity. When you came here, didn't you meet anyone on the road? Hearing Zhang Shuier's question at this moment, Master Chen naturally understood what he meant. Originally, Master Chen had already seen Zhang Feng on the way here. Thinking of what Zhang Feng said to him earlier today, he naturally hid aside in fear. After Zhang Feng had gone far, he continued towards the cafeteria. Hearing Zhang Shuier's inquiry at this moment, he quickly waved his hand. Didn't I meet anyone on the way here? Shui, did you see it wrong? At this moment, Master Chen's face was naturally a little embarrassed. Zhang Shuier naturally didn't know what was going on, but since Mr. Chen didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, no matter how much he thought about it, he would never have thought that Master Chen was afraid of Zhang Feng from the bottom of his heart. After separating from his old classmates, Zhang Feng returned to his accommodation and began to adjust his condition. He came out of the room early the next morning and went to the meeting place where the mission instructions were given. There were actually quite a few people who came to fight against these beasts. Zhang Feng just took a quick look and found that there were about 20 people. These guys are all relatively old and should have graduated from school. They probably came here to get some bounty money or something like that. Naturally, the people responsible for receiving them are also students from that university here. After all, those merit points are earned through this kind of activity. It was almost noon, and news came from the observation station. It has been discovered that some beasts are beginning to move towards this direction. All those who participated in resisting the beast stood up. Everyone is looking forward to the real arrival of the beast tide. Each student also began to shuttle back and forth among these people, constantly providing them with the items they needed. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, didn't need anything and stood quietly in the corner. At this time, he also discovered a familiar figure among these people, who turned out to be his old classmate Lao Ma. When he saw the old horse Zhang Feng, he naturally said hello quickly. Seeing Zhang Feng here, Lao Ma was naturally a little confused. But because he had his own mission here today, he couldn't just go there directly. He just nodded to Zhang Feng from a distance. Recent information has been passed on that the beast tide is already approaching the city. All those who participated in the resistance and were injured this time set off at the same time. Xinfeng City's army has long been stationed outside the city, and is directly under the command of the city lord on the other side. Looking at the ferocious beasts approaching from a distance, Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly became hot. These are all real upgrade points. Everyone is ready to go. Accompanied by a loud sound coming from the distant army camp, Zhang Feng was naturally the first to rush out. Almost instantly, he was on full fire. Countless light spots around him were constantly rotating around him at the moment. The 5th level ferocious beasts in the distance were now in front of him. The murderer he met first looked at the weak human in front of him, raised his claws, and was about to catch Zhang Feng hard. But the light point floating next to Zhang Feng hit him first. Both claws were blown to pieces in an instant. Then his entire body was directly decomposed by dozens of sword energy from Zhang Feng's raised hand. At this moment, Zhang Feng rushed directly into the group of ferocious beasts like a god of war. Bladestorm, 8-foot Magatama, Zipeliao Raise, Dilahum Light Flow. All abilities were released by Zhang Feng at this moment. At this moment, he was like a human bomb, blasting directly into the group of ferocious beasts. Although this time is also a tide of beasts, the number on the trees is much smaller than that encountered on the original battlefield. The original beast tide was so dense that there were almost thousands of ferocious beasts coming and going. But at this moment, we encountered this beast tide. Because they were all 5th level ferocious beasts, the number was slightly lacking. When Zhang Feng rushed in, he roughly counted around 300. At this moment, with Zhang Feng's full attack, 100 beasts in the beast tide had disappeared in an instant. Countless blood from ferocious beasts has turned Zhang Feng into a bloody man. Let me go, who is that guy? How come he has such strong fighting power? That guy should be a second-level ability user, otherwise how could he have such pervert combat power? Second-level ability users come to snatch the bounty from us. It's a bit too low-priced. Those who came to help resist the beast tide had just joined the battle and had already seen Zheng Feng's amazing military exploits on the battlefield. There were a few slightly weaker ones with their mouths wide open when they saw Zheng Feng, who was continuing to slaughter the beasts at this moment. Even the city lord's barracks was attracted by what happened here. Because this time the ferocious beasts are only dominated by 5th-level ferocious beasts, and there are no overly powerful ferocious beasts. There was no such thing as a lord-level ferocious beast, so the city lord naturally didn't need to rush to take action. The city lord of Xinfang City naturally noticed Zheng Feng's crazy behavior at this moment. He rose slightly into the air and frowned tightly as he watched fierce beasts falling down around Zheng Feng. Get all the information about this kid. Looking at his age, he should be a freshman in a certain college. How could he have such terrifying lethality? After the city lord fell, he immediately ordered the soldiers around him to quickly retrieve Zheng Feng's answer. Soon the city lord had obtained all the information about Zheng Feng. I'm just talking about the big guy's students. That's not right. Aren't their newly recruited students all going to the battlefield with the specially recruited freshmen from previous years? Why is this guy here now? Some can't think of it. The city lord understood and quickly called Chen Gang. In previous years, after the beast tide appeared, the battle would usually end in half a day. But because this year Zheng Feng, a crazy strangulating killing machine, the battle was completely over in just 1 hour. Zheng Feng looked at the ferocious beasts everywhere, and the corpses were gasping for air. There was only one feeling in his heart at the moment, and that was that it was so refreshing. Especially this time, he should have directly killed about 205th-level ferocious beasts. After the battle, he also opened the system directly. Its upgrade point on the panel has now reached the terrifying. However, he was not in a hurry to let the system conduct the lottery. After all, according to what was said at the beginning of the system, the more upgrade points he invested in the lottery, the stronger the reward skills would be. The maximum seems to be 10,000 upgrade points. Anyway, his current strength is enough, so Zheng Feng is ready to save more. Even if it goes up to 1,000, it will be better than now. Now that the beast tide has been dealt with, this group of people will naturally return to the city. Zheng Feng slowly moved towards the city gate. On the way, he naturally noticed the way other people were looking at him. He just glanced at those people, and those people quickly turned their heads away. Is it because they dare not make eye contact with themselves? But what he never expected was that just now, these guys who came to solve the beast tide like him gave him a nickname. God of Death. Everyone was shocked by his crazy behavior just now. Especially those 5th-level ferocious beasts, it takes almost 1 or 2 moves to kill them. But in front of Zheng Feng, he was like paper. Back in the city, Zheng Feng was not in a hurry to redeem his points because his body seemed to be soaked in blood. Instead, he went to a place first and washed himself clean. The staff here were also very considerate and prepared a set of clothes for him, so that Zheng Feng would not have any clothes when he came out after cleaning. After getting dressed, Zheng Feng naturally went to redeem his points. A total of more than 4,000 points were redeemed. After being asked by the staff, Zheng Feng did not keep his points and directly exchanged them all for the corresponding bounty. More than 4,000 points were directly converted into a bounty of 800,000 by Zheng Feng. Soon Zheng Feng's mobile phone received a notification text message from the bank, saying that the 80 million bounty in his account had been credited. Looking at the balance on his account at this moment, Zheng Feng couldn't move his eyes away. This was the first time he saw so many zeros. Zheng Feng, where did you just run to? Why are you giggling over there looking at your phone? Old classmate Lao Ma ran over at this time. He patted Zheng Feng on the shoulder and asked with some confusion. When he saw Zheng Feng here just now, he thought that Zheng Feng was here to participate in work like him. As a result, after all the people involved in assisting the beast tide had gone out, he could not find Zheng Feng. Of course he would not think that Zheng Feng was also a member of this group of people. After all, the talent level is only E level. If you go out and join the beast tide, you will die. Facing Lao Ma's inquiry, Zheng Feng also quickly put away his cell phone. I just had a stomachache and went to the toilet. Do you have time tonight? If you have time, I will treat you to a meal. I will probably go back after the meal. Zheng Feng also extended an invitation to Lao Ma. Lao Ma immediately agreed. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Why don't you stay here for 2 more days? We old classmates are seeing each other more often while we still have feelings for each other. If time passes, we probably won't recognize each other anymore. Faced with Lao Ma's attempt to stay, Zheng Feng shook his head. My mission here has been completed, and I have to go back quickly to take on new missions. The two made an appointment to meet in the evening. After notifying each other on their mobile phones, Zheng Feng left the place first. He was originally going to go directly back to where he was staying. As a result, I came across a gold shop doing activities on the roadside. Nowadays, the world is occupied by ferocious beasts everywhere, so the mining of minerals such as gold has naturally become extremely troublesome. Therefore, the price of gold is much higher than Zheng Feng originally thought. Even just 1 gram costs almost 10,000 yuan. Originally Zheng Feng was not interested, but when he thought about it, in order to live a better life for himself, his mother had sold off a lot of jewelry over the years. Now that I have so much savings, I might as well go in and pick something nicer to give to my mother. If possible, you can choose another one for Shui Jingru. Zheng Feng blushed slightly when he thought of Shui Jingru's cute expression after receiving the gift. After walking around in this gold shop, Zheng Feng finally chose a gold necklace and 2 pairs of cute earrings. The gold necklace cost Zheng Feng almost 120,000 Daxia coins. Of those 2 pairs of earrings, 1 pair cost 100,000 Daxia coins. As for the price of the other pair, Zheng Feng naturally knew that it was 200,000 Daxia coins. But just when the staff member was about to take out the pair of earrings and pack them, a voice stopped him. What are you doing? This pair of earrings has been reserved. Master Chen made a reservation. This is the only pair left in our store now. What if he comes later and there is no stock? When he heard the words, Master Chen, spoken by the other party, Zheng Feng also raised his eyebrows slightly. But Master Chen hasn't paid yet. If he doesn't want it by then, won't we miss out on this business? You can't sell it. What if he wants it? If you make Master Chen angry, will you be responsible? Just when the 2 clerks were unable to make an immediate decision on this matter, a loud voice sounded outside the gold store. Shui, let me tell you, I saw a pair of very cute earrings for you today, you must like them. I've asked the clerk in this store to leave it for us. You can go and have a look, just in case you like it. As he said this, Master Chen walked into the gold shop with Zhang Shui'er and Zhang Shui'er's little sister. As soon as the 3 people entered the door, they saw Zheng Feng standing at the counter. How will you be here? Zhang Shui'er was naturally a little confused, and Zheng Feng took a look. Why can't I be here? Zheng Feng also asked with a smile. Then he also said directly to the 2 clerks behind the counter. I want these earrings, wrap them up for me quickly. As for this pair of earrings, the original orderer will never say anything about your move. The 2 clerks were stunned for a moment, and then the person who originally stopped the other clerk also looked at Master Chen. The staff of the 2 gold stores were stunned at this moment. They would never have thought that Master Chen would come to the gold shop at this moment, and the man in front of them would dare to say this. They also did not wrap up the pair of earrings as said. Instead, they all looked towards Master Chen. Master Chen naturally didn't expect that he would meet Zheng Feng here. He was a little stunned in place, seeming to be thinking whether he should turn around and leave now. On the contrary, Zhang Shui'er, who was standing next to him at the moment, spoke. Although I don't know why you are here, I still want to give you a piece of advice. Even if you give this thing to me now, I will never return to the same relationship with you as before. You can just live your life honestly. There will no longer be any relationship between us. Listening to what Zhang Shui'er said at this moment, Zheng Feng naturally frowned slightly. Young Master Chen, who was standing next to him, subconsciously distanced himself from Zhang Shui'er at this moment. I didn't say I wanted to buy it for you. You don't deserve it. Zheng Feng didn't even look at Zhang Shui'er at this moment. But he still said to the 2 staff members in front of him. Why haven't you wrapped it up for me yet? Young Master Chen, who had walked a little further away, suddenly took the initiative to look at Zheng Feng. When he first entered the door, he was still worried that if he bumped into Zhang Feng, he would cause trouble for him. It turned out that he just had some trouble with Zhang Shui, but as for himself, he had no grudge against Tai Dao. Suddenly, Master Chen plucked up the courage and walked directly towards Zhang Feng. Master Chen. Looking at Master Chen who suddenly walked towards Zhang Feng, Zhang Shuier also frowned slightly. But when I think about it, my sense of Zhang Feng has been much worse recently. The words of plea that were on her lips were swallowed by her in the end. It's time for someone to take care of Zhang Feng. How dare you say you don't deserve it? Where did a little E-level ability user get the confidence to say this? Just when she couldn't bear it anymore and was about to stop blocking Master Chen beside her so that he could teach Zhang Feng a lesson, Master Chen had already taken the initiative to walk to Zhang Feng. Brother, have you fallen in love with a pair of earrings? What are you two doing in a daze? Didn't you hear my brother say he wanted it? Wrap it up quickly. Brother, let me help you pay for this pair of earrings. This is my apology for what happened before. The two tellers behind the counter didn't know what was going on. What is the relationship between this man and Master Chen? But Master Chen has already spoken now. The two of them also hurriedly took action. Zhang Feng glanced at Master Chen who came to him, and immediately showed a smile. Doesn't this guy look stupid? Senior Chen, you. Zhang Shuier looked at Master Chen, who was standing next to Zhang Feng with a puzzled look on his face, with a good look on his face. What's wrong with me? He's my brother now. As for Zhang Shuier, Master Chen naturally fell in love with her because of her beauty. However, if he was asked to choose between Zhang Shuier and Zhang Feng, he would naturally choose the latter. Did you just talk to my brother? Come over here and apologize. Master Chen, who had already made a choice in his heart, naturally said to Zhang Shuier quickly. Want me to apologize to him? Why? Zhang Shuier frowned tightly. Forget it, there's no need for this. Zhang Feng also said something to Master Chen beside him. Young Master Chen, who originally wanted to say something, nodded quickly now. Let's not meet again. You go. As he said that, he waved his hand at Zhang Shuier with some disgust. Zhang Shuier bit her lip slightly. She finally wanted to accept Master Chen's pursuit of her. Unexpectedly, after seeing Zhang Feng, things seemed to have undergone some strange changes. Immediately, Zhang Shuier did not stay here anymore and left directly from the gold store. Zhang Feng stretched out his hand, took the gift wrapped by the two tellers, and also handed over his bank card. Naturally, he would not really let Master Chen pay for him. Of course, Master Chen did have this idea at first, but when he saw that Zhang Feng had handed over the bank card, he gave up the idea instantly. It would be troublesome if Zhang Feng was made unhappy again. Brother, where are you going next? Can I have someone take you there? Anyway, I don't have anything else to do now. Seeing Master Chen standing next to him with a fawning look on his face, Zhang Feng did not choose to refuse. After getting into Master Chen's car, Zhang Feng returned to his accommodation again. When Master Chen looked at where the car was parked, he was also shocked. Of course he knows where this place is. Brother, do you live here? That's right, but I guess I'll have to leave here tomorrow. Zhang Feng got out of the car and responded to Master Chen's inquiry. Then he waved slightly to him. Watching Zhang Feng enter the building, he also immediately took out his mobile phone and asked his family to investigate the detailed information about Zhang Feng. He only knew Zhang Feng's name before. Other information is unclear. Soon, detailed information about Zhang Feng was sent to Master Chen's mobile phone. After reading the above content, he immediately opened his mouth. He was still a little scared at the moment, but fortunately he had settled the relationship between himself and Zhang Feng now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if my father finds out, I will shed my skin even if I don't die. Not only that, at this moment, he also made a decision in his heart. No matter what happens in the future, we must stand firmly on Zhang Feng's side, even if it is himself. It won't work even if my father is on the opposite side. Zhang Feng, who returned to his accommodation, put away the jewelry he bought and prepared to pack his own things. But not long after, someone knocked on the door. The people who knocked on the door were naturally the staff who were originally responsible for receiving him. Hello, sir, our city lord would like to invite you to dinner tonight. After the man knocked on Zheng Feng's door, he handed over a Qingqian card with great respect. Zheng Feng took it and opened it to see that it was really an invitation from the city lord. It was naturally not good for him to refuse directly at this time, so Zheng Feng finally agreed. If not, just go back tomorrow. However, I probably won't be able to finish the meal with my old classmates. Thinking of this, Zheng Feng also directly called Lao Ma, saying that he had something to do tonight. I can only leave the meal at the temple to see if there is a chance. Naturally, Lao Ma didn't dwell too much on the matter, and immediately said it was okay. After briefly tidying up, Zheng Feng searched for the address on the previous invitation. The place where the Lord of Xinfeng City treated himself to a meal did not seem to be a very high-end place. When he arrived at the location indicated on the invitation, Zheng Feng looked at the small house in front of him and didn't care too much about the disadvantages. It's like some place for home cooking. Business was good, so Zheng Feng saw many customers sitting inside as soon as he walked in. According to the address on the invitation, he stood outside a private room and knocked gently. Soon, a voice came from the box asking him to enter. When I walked in, there was only a middle-aged man sitting in the box. Zheng Feng, I'm glad to see you here. Come on, sit down quickly. It's just the two of us tonight, so there's no need to be so formal. The middle-aged man in front of him should be the lord of this Xinfeng city. After hearing what the other party said at this moment, Zheng Feng naturally sat down quickly. After all, he also knew very well that the city lords of every city in the Dragon Kingdom were all second-level ability users. There is even a chance to become a first-level ability user. After sitting down opposite this person, the people in this small restaurant began to serve the food. I originally planned to treat you to a meal at the hotel, but in the end I decided to bring you here. Even though this place is small, the dishes are not very good. Try it and see, the city lord sitting in front of Zheng Feng said with a smile on his face. It seems that at this moment he is not a city lord, but an elder in Zheng Feng's family. Zheng Feng naturally nodded quickly, picked up the plate in front of him, and put it into his mouth. Soon, he felt that the city lord just said it tasted good. Feeling the wonderful taste exploding in his mouth, Zheng Feng couldn't help but nodded. It tastes really good. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then that's good. Zheng Feng, have you ever thought about what kind of job you plan to do after graduation? Seeing the expression on Zheng Feng's face, the city lord smiled and asked. Zheng Feng was stunned immediately. City lord, I just entered the school this year and it will take more than 3 years to graduate. 3 years is neither a long time nor a short time. The city lord still smiled lightly. It's better to make plans early and prepare in advance. Zheng Feng also roughly guessed the city lord's thoughts at this moment, and he probably wanted to win over him. Then city lord, what do you think I should do after graduation? Rather than letting the other person constantly guide you, it is better to let the other person directly express what is on his mind. After hearing Zheng Feng's rhetorical question to him at this moment, the city lord also smiled slightly. Then he said, well, actually, this is why I called you to come to dinner tonight. Are you interested in joining our Xinfeng city? As long as you are willing to come here after graduation, then my position as city leader can naturally be handed over to you directly. How about it? Think about it. I originally thought that the city lord in front of me just wanted me to follow him. But unexpectedly, the other party expressed his willingness to give up the position of city lord from the beginning. On the contrary, Zheng Feng didn't know how to answer for a while. Don't worry, I'm just giving you an opinion, I don't want you to give me an answer right away ADVL. Before you graduate, as long as you can give me an answer, my position will be reserved for you at any time. It doesn't matter whether you will finally agree to what I just told you. The city lord also slowly expressed his thoughts roughly. For a moment, Zheng Feng really didn't know what to say. The other party has mentioned this. Ha ha ha, you don't have to pay too much attention, I'm just saying it tonight. Come on, let's eat first. When are you going to go back? Do you want to stay? We have an event here in a few days, and I hope to let you show your face then. While talking, the city lord asked about this matter. Zheng Feng naturally gave a rough outline of his arrangements. Ah, you have to leave tomorrow. You are too anxious. I have contacted your teacher Chen, and he said that you have been on vacation recently. Just stay with us for a few more days. I can introduce my son to you in just a few days. But in the end, he was still declined by Zheng Feng. Since Zheng Feng declined again, the city lord naturally couldn't say anything more. After finishing the meal, Zheng Feng naturally rejected the city lord's suggestion to go back together. After he left the small restaurant, he went straight back to where he lived. But not long after, Chen Gang's call came. After knowing that Zheng Feng was still in Xinfang City and had not returned, he directly told Zheng Feng not to go back for the time being. There is a task that he needs to give to Zheng Feng now. Regarding this matter, Zheng Feng was naturally a little surprised. He had just told the city lord that he would set off early tomorrow morning. Why do you suddenly have one more task that you need to handle? Isn't this embarrassing? But now that teacher Chen has said so, and after listening to the requirements of the task, Zheng Feng is finally ready to stay. You can just stay there. The city lord over there is also an old friend of mine. I will also communicate with him a little about this task and ask him to provide you with as much help as possible. I will rush to your place in 3 days. This matter has been settled for now. I will contact you when I get there. Chen Gang called tonight and the task he received was actually quite complicated. They discovered spies who had secretly inserted themselves into the academy. According to the intercepted intelligence, they had an organization responsible for unified control of these spies. This organization is currently located in Xinfang City. Naturally, what Zheng Feng has to do is to take charge here during this period and look for some suspicious people. If possible, it would be best to directly investigate where the headquarters is. Zheng Feng, who accepted this task, lay directly on the bed and took a deep breath. And soon the call from the city lord followed. It seems that he has also received contact from Chen Gang. The city lord naturally didn't say anything else on the phone. He just asked Zheng Feng if there were any other arrangements besides this mission in the past few days. After all, he really wanted to attract people like Zheng Feng to his side. During the original Beast Wave, he naturally saw Zheng Feng's true ability. Naturally, he would not miss such a talent so easily. Because he had to stay in Xinfang City for the next period of time, Zheng Feng also answered honestly the city lord's inquiry at this moment. Many of the next things will require help from the city lord. After agreeing on a time for the city lord to take Zheng Feng to meet his friends and family, the city lord hung up the phone and asked Zheng Feng to have a good rest. Early the next morning, Zheng Feng, who was not in a hurry to go back to school, got up and wandered around the street. Zheng Feng also paid attention to the people he might encounter on the street at this moment. The person might be a member of the spy organization. However, he has not forgotten his previous connection with his old classmate Lao Ma. I originally thought that I would hurry up and go back to school so that I would never have a chance to have a meal with Lao Ma again, but didn't the opportunity come now? The two of them also made an appointment to have lunch in the school cafeteria today. Throughout the morning, Zheng Feng kept walking on the street, or found a seat to sit down and observe everyone around him. Naturally, he didn't know how to find the spy, so he could only rely on his naked eyes to observe. Anyone who is mysterious or sneaky when walking on the road will be directly targeted by him. It's a pity that none of these people are spies. These guys are either trying to steal something from others, or they are following someone. There was no other way, so Zheng Feng had to turn them all over to the city's law enforcement agency. It was noon, and Zheng Feng also rushed to the school, CCAB. As a result, the first thing Zheng Feng saw at the school gate was not his old classmate Lao Ma, but Master Chen. Looking at Master Chen waiting at the school gate, Zheng Feng also frowned slightly. Why is this guy here? He originally wanted to avoid Master Chen. After all, although the relationship between him and him had eased a little, it was not that good. As a result, instead of avoiding him, he was directly seen by Master Chen from a distance. Brother, I'm here, Xiao. Master Chen waved his arms at Zheng Feng from a distance, and then trotted over. Most of the students in this school knew Master Chen's identity. Seeing him greeting someone enthusiastically at this moment, their eyes naturally turned towards that person. Do any of you know this person? From the look of him, he doesn't seem to be from our school, right? That's for sure. If he were a student in our school, I would have recognized him long ago. What is the relationship between this guy and Master Chen? Why does Master Chen treat him so well? Have you heard? Master Chen was still pursuing Zhang Shuiyi before, but for some reason, Master Chen seemed to be a little cold towards Zhang Shuiyi during this time. I heard about it too, it seems like just yesterday. It seems that Zhang Shuiyi offended someone and made Master Chen very unhappy. You all don't know, right? This man is Zhang Shuiyi's childhood sweetheart, but Zhang Shuiyi dislikes him. Zhang Shuiyi's little sister was also in the crowd at the moment and saw Master Chen running towards Zheng Feng at a glance. Thinking that Master Chen's attitude towards Zhang Shuiyi was not very good these past 2 days, she roughly guessed something. So when the people nearby were discussing, she also whispered something. Is this person Zhang Shuiyi's childhood sweetheart? Chen Xiaoyun treats him with this kind of attitude, and Zhang Shuiyi actually dislikes him. It's really a lack of brains. That Zhang Shuiyi has always had high ambitions but low intentions. He probably doesn't even know about the relationship between Master Chen and him. Sisters, let go of this man and leave it to me. A man who can get to know Master Chen and make Master Chen so polite is definitely a very powerful guy. There were several girls at the school gate. Looking at Zheng Feng, they all had some different thoughts in their hearts. Even the little sister who used to be Zhang Shuiyi's mind is ready to move at this moment. Naturally, she also knew what the relationship between Master Chen and this guy was like in the beginning. At first, Master Chen still wanted to find someone to take revenge on this guy, but now his attitude towards this guy has changed 180 degrees. What was going on? She was more curious than anyone else. Of course, she now had certain thoughts about Zheng Feng. Looking at Mr. Chen who was next to him at this moment, Zheng Feng also said to him that he came to see his old classmate for dinner today and asked him not to attract so much attention. I know Lao Ma, right? We are all friends. It was just because Lao Ma said he wanted to have dinner with you at noon today that I told him not to come over. I came over by myself. Let's go, brother, let's go to the cafeteria together now. Master Chen had a smile on his face at this moment, and he walked towards eating nolly. Everything along the way attracts attention. When we arrived at the canteen, sure enough, Lao Ma was already sitting there waiting. But at this time, Lao Ma was obviously a little cautious. He looked a little uncomfortable sitting there. When he saw it, Mr. Chen also brought Zheng Feng over. He also stood up immediately, feeling a little embarrassed now. Brother, Lao Ma, you two sit here for a while, and I'll let the people in the canteen over there serve the food. Knowing that you two are going to have dinner here today, I specially called my chef over. My chefs are all cooking today. I promise to satisfy you too. After asking Zheng Feng to sit down here, Master Chen ran directly towards the kitchen. When only he and Zheng Feng were left here, Lao Ma finally asked. I asked Zheng Feng what's going on between you and Master Chen. Why is he so enthusiastic about you now? Even me and he are talking politely now, what's wrong with you guys? I still remember that he seemed to be looking for someone to deal with you before. Why is he suddenly like this? Lao Ma glanced at Zheng Feng with some concern. Zheng Feng, you have to be careful, this Master Chen is not a good person. He may have some other intentions when he does this, but you must not take it seriously. Lest you fall into his trap and don't know yet. Lao Ma looked back and confirmed that Master Chen was not around at the moment, and then he lowered his voice and said something. Faced with Lao Ma's reminder to him at this moment, he just smiled. In order to prevent Lao Ma from misunderstanding something, Zheng Feng smiled and said to him. Don't worry, this guy won't have any other ideas. The last time he caused trouble for me, I almost beat him up. After that, he became much better behaved. If he gives you any benefit, then you should say, since we are all classmates anyway, you should just accept it for my sake. Hearing what Zheng Feng said at this moment, Lao Ma's eyes widened immediately. What did you say? You almost beat him up last time. He's not very angry, but he's so nice to you now. Did you break his brain in the first place? Lao Ma was obviously still a little worried at this moment. Zheng Feng didn't know how to explain it for a while, so he could only look at him and smile helplessly. Soon Master Chen came over with several rows of food and placed them in front of the two of them. The three of us should eat quickly. After eating, brother, Lao Ma, let's take a walk around the school together. Brother, you probably haven't taken a closer look at our school, right? You should also feel the culture of our school and see if there is any big difference from your school. Although Lao Ma was still a little embarrassed, he also remembered what Zheng Feng had just said to him. Since Master Chen now treats himself as a friend, he will naturally not behave in a disrespectful manner. After the three of them finished eating, Master Chen directly took the two of them to walk around the school. This was just for free, just to see if there would be any spies or the like in this school, so Zheng Feng naturally didn't have much resistance. The three people walked in the school and came to a place similar to a small park. There are quite a lot of people here, about 20 people at a glance. They all seem to be practicing here or something. Brother, this is our school's famous potential corner. It seems that a long time ago there was a senior who usually didn't do very well, but one day when I was training here, he suddenly had an epiphany and entered the ranks of second-level ability users. Then there were more people here, and these people all wanted to have an enlightenment like the senior. Zheng Feng nodded. Here he saw a familiar person instead. Zhang Shui'er is also here at the moment, but he is not practicing, but sitting on the stone bench on the side. Oh, that Zhang Shui'er, she seems to be the deputy monitor of a certain class. Seeing Zheng Feng looking towards Zhang Shui, Master Chen quickly introduced him. I still know something about her. She should be here today to report to their class monitor. But brother, don't worry, I know his attitude towards you. From that day on, I decided to draw a clear line with him. Such a woman will never fall in the eyes of my young Master Chen. Zheng Feng ignored what Master Chen was saying in his ears at this moment. Zhang Shui'er, who was sitting on the stone bench over there, also saw Zheng Feng and others here. Then he stood up. He didn't come this way, but because the person he was waiting for came over. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. After he took a stack of documents from Zhang Shui'er's hand, he turned around and looked towards Zheng Feng. After seeing the person standing here clearly, he walked over directly. How many times have I told you, Mr. Chen, not to have any ideas about Zhang Shuiwu? I don't care whose young master you are just an ordinary student in school now. I hope you will pay more attention to your usual words and deeds. You will disgrace not only your own face, but also the face of our school. The man walked up to Master Chen and said something to him. Master Chen's expression suddenly turned gloomy. There are really not many people in Xinfeng City who dare to teach him such a lesson. Except for people of his father's generation, no one of his generation would be submissive to him when they see him. Even guys with the same status as him are kind and friendly when they see him. Of course, except Zheng Feng, he really has a sales record. But forget it about this guy in front of you. If you can you say it again? At this moment, he lowered his figure and said coldly to the person who came to him. The man was completely honest about the expression on Master Chen's face at this moment. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zheng. I think you must have misunderstood something. We just happened to pass by here. What you said is indeed true, but don't worry, that Zhang Shui'er is no longer his cup of tea. Seeing Zheng Feng coming forward at this moment, Master Chen naturally couldn't resist anything, so he just looked at the guy in front of him coldly. The man naturally glanced at Zheng Feng at this moment. He seemed to recognize that Zheng Feng was not a student of this school. Naturally, he didn't say anything more, but looked towards Lao Ma. Classmate Ma, have you earned enough points recently? How come you still have time to hang out with these young men in school? I don't earn enough points. When it's the end, I'll see if you cry or laugh. Lao Ma didn't know what to say for a while. Indeed, he didn't earn a lot of points this week. Immediately he also lowered his head. What are you doing with your head down right now? Am I right? What can you gain by playing with these young men? Can you really get into their circle? Why don't you go ahead and earn points honestly? Lao Ma raised his head and wanted to say something, but looking at the serious look on the guy in front of him, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. At this moment, Zheng Feng finally couldn't help it anymore and frowned. Are you unconvinced? The man also noticed the change in Zheng Feng's expression at this moment and simply asked. Zheng Feng nodded slightly, and he did not hide his thoughts. Okay, if you're not convinced, you can beat me down if you can. If you are not convinced, you must have the capital to be unconvinced. Let me see if you have it. After hearing what this guy said, Zheng Feng naturally took a step forward. But soon the old horse behind him grabbed his clothes. Zheng Feng, don't be brave, he entered our college with the first grade. The strength is even stronger than some third-year seniors. You may not be his opponent. Regarding Lao Ma's reminder at this moment, Zheng Feng also smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm sure. Very good. In that case, let's try it. You come with me. This area was originally because a senior had an epiphany before, so the school also placed many trial venues here. Several people followed the squad leader and naturally found a temporarily unused training ground. In addition to their group, Zhang Shuier, who was watching from a distance, naturally followed Shiqi. Naturally, she looked towards Zheng Feng. There was even a sneer on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Zheng Feng would never be his opponent as the squad leader. Although he didn't know what the relationship between him and Master Chen was, right now, facing the education of his class monitor, he would definitely be beaten badly. When the time comes, let's see how much face he has left to continue pretending. Lao Ma was following Zheng Feng at this time, with a worried look on his face. Master Chen was walking beside him at the moment, and when he saw him like this, he patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, there is absolutely nothing wrong with my eldest brother. This kid will be taught a terrible lesson later. While a few people were talking, Zheng Feng and the squad leader had already walked onto the trial field. The trial ground was activated instantly, and the squad leader stood in front of Zheng Feng, looking at him and saying, "Are you ready? If you are, I'm going to start. Let me make it clear to you in advance. Since you want to compete with me, I will never let you go. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will never know where you went wrong." As he spoke, the squad leader stretched out his right fist directly towards Zheng Feng in front of him. A simple boxing glove slowly appeared on his arm. The moment the glove emerged, a powerful force spread out in all directions. At this moment, Zheng Feng felt this power and frowned slightly. There are indeed students who deserve to be admitted into this school with the first place. It's a pity that the person he has to fight now is himself. Facing the squad leader who had already released his ability, Zheng Feng was not in a hurry to release his ability. Instead, he just waved slightly to him. It indicated that he could attack him at will at this time. Seeing Zheng Feng's actions at this moment, his face became a little gloomy. He naturally knew what Zheng Feng meant by this action. It seems that he has no way to force him to use his abilities. When Zhang Shuier saw Zheng Feng at this moment, she immediately snorted coldly. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? When you get beaten later, just cry out in the ring. That's right, even if your E-level ability is displayed, it's of no use. Zheng Feng naturally listened to everything Zhang Shuier said at this moment. He didn't pay much attention. It grows on other people's faces. Let them say what they want to say. The squad leader moved. The speed was very fast, and he was in front of Zheng Feng in the blink of an eye. The gloved fist hit Zheng Feng directly in the face. There was even a slight sound of breaking wind all around. The power of this punch can be imagined. But Zheng Feng still stood there, motionless. Even at this time, Lao Ma didn't dare to continue looking, and turned his head directly. In his opinion, facing such an attack, Zheng Feng probably didn't have time to react, so he just stood there blankly. Zhang Shuier naturally had the same idea. The look in his eyes when he looked at Zheng Feng became more and more contemptuous. He even turned around and wanted to leave from this way first. The results on the training ground can already be imagined. But suddenly, both Zhang Shuier and Lao Ma heard cheers from Master Chen. I told you that you are the strongest, but these guys still don't believe it. Isn't it just a slap in their face now? Aren't you awesome? What's the result of those great principles you just said? Hearing Master Chen say these words at this moment, the two people immediately looked towards the ring. The squad leader who originally rushed toward Zheng Feng had now returned to his original standing position. But at this time, he was not standing still, but half squatting down. Zheng Feng still stood there, seemingly not making any movement at all. The half-crouched monitor carried. He tilted his head and looked at Zheng Feng, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Just now, just when his punch was about to hit Zhang Feng's face, he saw Zhang Feng's eyes. There seemed to be a killing intent in his eyes. Even after just one glance, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This guy definitely has a lot of carnage in him. This was the result he came to immediately. Are you ready? It's my turn to take action next. Zhang Feng also stared at the monitor in front of him and asked. The squad leader didn't give any answer. He just stood up slowly and forcibly controlled his legs so as not to continue shaking. When he didn't answer Zhang Feng, you just assumed he was acquiescing. He waved his hand directly, and more than a dozen sword energy flew out directly. To deal with this guy, you don't need to use your own abilities at all. Just using the Blade Storm skill would be great. Seeing the sword energy speeding toward him, the squad leader immediately waved his fist. The sword energy that was about to reach him was knocked away by his fist. But Zhang Feng naturally did not make just one attack. After waving the first time, he immediately waved again. After the squad leader finished processing the first dozen sword chi, the other dozen sword chi had already followed. The sword energy roared and swept through the squad leader's body. Because it was just a competition, Zhang Feng did not use his full strength. Although those swords are not as strong as the ones he wields with all his strength. After the sword energy he swung swept through the squad leader's body, Song Shi tore his clothes to pieces. The naked upper body left a few blood stains and then disappeared. Otherwise, I'm afraid this guy will die directly on this trial ground today. I lost. The squad leader stared straight at Zhang Feng and said with a somewhat reserved look. Although he himself couldn't believe it, the facts were already in front of him at this moment. This guy has already admitted defeat, and there is no way for this competition to continue. Zhang Feng jumped directly from the trial field. Lao Ma still looked shocked at this moment. Is he still the Zhang Feng he knew, whose talent level was only E level? How could he easily finish first in the grade? Not only Lao Ma, but Zhang Shui'er standing over there also had a dull look on her face at the moment. She originally came to the trial ground to see Zhang Feng make a fool of himself. As a result, it took less than 3 minutes from the beginning of the competition to the end of the competition. He thought he would definitely win, so the squad leader voluntarily gave up. When did Zhang Feng become so powerful? Is he still the Zhang Feng he knew? At this moment, Zhang Shui'er naturally had mixed feelings in her heart. By the time she came to her senses, Zhang Feng and Master Chen had already left. For some unknown reason, Zhang Shui'er glanced over there and trotted up to follow. On the trial ground, the squad leader was still a little dull-eyed, but he finally came to his senses at this moment. When he came back to his senses, he saw Zhang Shui'er following Zhang Feng in the direction he left. He immediately gritted his teeth and looked at Na Li with hatred on his face. Zhang Shui'er naturally caught up with the 3 people in front of her very quickly, but he was not in a hurry to go up and call them to stop them. I just followed them quietly. I wanted to speak several times along the way, but in the end I failed. Naturally, Zhang Feng had already noticed Zhang Shui'er following him. He didn't stop, but pretended not to know about it at all. In the end, Lao Ma turned around and took a look, just in time to see Zhang Shui'er following behind. Zhang Shui'er, why are you following us? When did you follow us? Lao Ma naturally didn't know the situation and asked curiously after seeing Zhang Shui'er. Zhang Shui'er, who had not yet thought about how to speak, naturally fell on Zhang Feng's face when she heard Lao Ma's question to her at this moment. Master Chen just glanced at her and knew what this guy was thinking. Lao Ma and I suddenly felt sick to our stomachs. How about you leave first, or do you want to wait for us here? We have to go to the bathroom now. Master Chen directly pulled the old horse to his side and said something to Zhang Feng. Lao Ma originally wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, but Master Chen covered his mouth. Zhang Feng glanced at Master Chen and naturally understood what his behavior was at this moment. He also nodded to tell Master Chen and the others to go ahead and do what they should do. Master Chen immediately took Lao Ma and left the place quickly. Zhang Feng's eyes naturally fell on Zhang Shui'er's face. What's the matter with you? If there's nothing else, you can leave first. Saying that, Zhang Feng was very considerate and made way for Zhang Shui'er. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Shui'er finally plucked up the courage. I want to say sorry to you. I didn't know your situation before I said those words. But I'm also doing it for your own good. You know, your family's situation is not very good. My intentions are all good, so I hope you don't mind. Listening to what Zhang Shui'er said to him at this moment, Zheng Feng's expression naturally did not change at all. I understand. You have other things to do. You should go first. He then said this to Zhang Shui'er. Zhang Shui'er naturally knew what Zheng Feng meant by his words at this moment. There was still something I wanted to say, but I simply gave up at this moment. He nodded to Zheng Feng, and then left this place via the road from above. Naturally, I followed Zheng Feng and walked around the campus with Master Chen and the others. After getting a general idea of the current situation on this campus, the sky turned dark. Originally, Master Chen was planning for the three of them to continue having dinner. But he was directly rejected by Zheng Feng. The tone of the previous squad leader's words to Lao Ma was indeed not very good, but there was nothing wrong with the content. Lao Ma indeed still has a lot of points that he has not earned enough. Rather than wasting time here, it's better to let Lao Ma earn points now. Naturally, he glanced at Zheng Feng and nodded gratefully. Originally, he wanted to continue to stay by Zheng Feng's side, but after receiving a phone call, he immediately gave up his original idea. Big brother, I got a call from home. My dad asked me to go back. If you need anything later, just call me directly and I will make arrangements for you. With that said, Master Chen also left the school first. Of course, Zheng Feng was the only one left in the end, and he silently walked out of the school gate. He walked slowly along the street towards his accommodation. It's not too far, just 3 streets away. After crossing the first street, you need to walk down a relatively dark alley before you can reach the second street. As soon as Zheng Feng's front legs entered the second street, his brows furrowed. He immediately took a step back, then stretched out his hand to catch something flying past his eyes. It seemed to be a flying knife. There is also a note stuck on this flying knife. Zheng Feng glanced in the direction where the flying knife originally came from. A figure disappeared above the roof in an instant. Even if he wanted to chase him now, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up with that guy. Just judging from the speed at which that guy was escaping at this moment, that guy was definitely a master. Zheng Feng looked at the note. Naturally, he was curious about what the guy wrote on the note he put on the throwing knife. Take the note off the flying knife. Zheng Feng took a step back and used the streetlight on the roadside to read the contents of the note clearly. If you want your childhood sweetheart to live, come to me at 12 o'clock tonight according to the content on the note. Remember, you can only come here alone, don't tell anyone about this. If you don't come over tonight and you tell others about this, you can just wait to collect the body of your childhood sweetheart. That's all the letter said. He naturally knew who the childhood sweetheart mentioned in the letter was. Although he actually doesn't have much feeling about Zhang Shui'er now. But after all, he is still an old classmate. If he is in danger, he will never sit back and watch. There are still a few hours until 12 o'clock in the evening. Zheng Feng was naturally not idle either. He went to find passers-by nearby and asked where the location written in the letter was. After knowing the specific location, he naturally hurriedly headed there first. As for telling other people about this, he naturally didn't do it. He is naturally confident in his own abilities. Soon Zheng Feng found the address on the letter. An abandoned clock tower. This abandoned bell tower looks a bit old. It was covered with cobwebs, and even one Kakuzu bell tower had collapsed. Zheng Feng, who was standing outside the bell tower, was naturally not in a hurry to enter. He first let go of his senses and carefully explored the situation of the people inside the bell tower. I did feel the aura coming from Zhang Shui'er. It's a pity that except for Zhang Shui'er's breath, he never felt anyone else. It seemed that Zhang Shui'er was the only one in this abandoned bell tower. Standing outside, he naturally frowned tightly. This thing is really weird. The other party called him here, and he shouldn't just let himself meet Zhang Shui'er here alone. But in addition to feeling the abandoned bell tower, he also felt the surroundings, but he still didn't feel the breath of anyone else. In the end, Zheng Feng gave up and found the guy who made the move. He was still going to go in first and take out Zhang Shui'er, who was locked inside. Walking into this abandoned bell tower, Zheng Feng couldn't help but frown. Zhang Shui's aura is on the third floor of this abandoned clock tower. But after entering, he discovered that the stairs leading to the third floor were completely missing. The height between each floor is about 4 meters. Of course, these distances are not a big problem for Zhang Feng. With his current physical strength, it would be very easy to jump directly to a height of 4 to 5 meters. But the only problem now is that if you go up, you can only hold him down at the end. Naturally, he has no objection to physical contact. What he cares about is that if he carries her down and someone suddenly attacks him, what should he do? After all, the guy who delivered the message to me before was obviously also a master. Since he asked himself to come here to find Zhang Shui before 12 o'clock, it naturally means that he must be nearby at this time. Although I didn't find any aura of that guy. But he still had to think about this kind of thing carefully. But in the end, he still couldn't find any better way to solve the matter. There was nothing around that could be used as stairs, allowing Zhang Shui to walk down alone. The only thing I can look forward to now is that when I take Zhang Shui downstairs, the guy will not take advantage of me to defend myself. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng decided to make a quick decision. With a sudden burst of force from his legs, his whole body flew directly into the air, and then landed firmly on the second floor of the abandoned clock tower. As soon as his feet came into contact with the floor of the second floor of the abandoned clock tower, several hidden arrows flew towards him as he walked straight ahead. These hidden arrows seemed to have already predicted where Zhang Feng would settle. In an instant, they shot directly towards Zhang Feng. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's perception ability is relatively outstanding. After detecting the existence of these hidden arrows, he directly waved his hand to summon countless sword energy. The sword energy surrounded his body at this moment, shooting down all the flying hidden arrows. At this moment, Zhang Feng looked around. There was still no movement. He glanced towards the third floor again, and finally jumped up. On the third floor, Zhang Feng naturally saw Zhang Shui. At this moment, Zhang Shui was chained to the load-bearing column on this floor. Her mouth began to be blocked with something. Seeing that Zhang Feng had arrived at this time, Zhang Shui seemed to be desperately trying to say something to him. It's a pity that he couldn't say what he wanted to say due to the stuff in his mouth. It just makes a whining sound. What on earth was Zhang Shui going to say? Zhang Feng didn't care. After he landed on the third floor, he didn't notice anything flying towards him from around him, and he appeared next to Zhang Shui in an instant. A sword energy was directly condensed in his hand, directly. He slashed at the chains binding Zhang Shui. Surprisingly, the sword energy in his hand did not cut through the chain. After the chain was attacked by the sword energy, a flash of light appeared on it. Frowned slightly, Zhang Feng instantly distanced himself from Zhang Shui. Just for an instant, the area on the chain that had just been attacked by Zhang Feng suddenly emitted a burst of energy fluctuations. A bolt of lightning flew directly out of it. Directly bombed the position where Zhang Peak originally stood. A hole the size of a bowl was directly blasted out of the ground. It seemed that the person who locked Zhang Shui had long expected that Zhang Fengfeng would adopt this method. At this moment, Zhang Feng's eyes naturally fell on the chains on Zhang Shui's body. The chains seem a bit unmanageable at the moment. Without untying them, there is naturally no way to take Zhang Shui away from here. There was no way. One sword energy was not enough. Zhang Feng originally wanted to try and use more sword energy. A total of 8 sword energies were condensed in Zhang Feng's hands. After aiming at the same position, Zhang Feng also threw out all the sword energy in his hand. All the sword energy strikes at the same point. There was still nothing wrong with the chain. Instead, a bolt of lightning that was thicker than before flew out fiercely. The lightning locked on Zhang Feng, even if Zhang Feng temporarily moved to another position at this moment. The lightning was still following closely. Feeling the violent aura rushing within this lightning bolt, Zhang Feng had no choice but to release his ability. A point of light flew directly from his palm. The light spot directly came into contact with the lightning, and a violent explosion occurred. The lightning that flew out from the chain was partially cut off, but more than half was still left. Still tracking Zhang Feng relentlessly. At this moment, Zhang Feng had no choice but to use all his firepower, regardless of whether the damage fluctuation caused by releasing his ability would affect Zhang Shui beside him. Those lightning bolts were all wiped out by Zhang Feng's ability. Zhang Shui'er over there was naturally affected by the energy, and the clothes on her body were torn into pieces. Some of the snow-white areas were naturally exposed. Zhang Feng was naturally not in the mood to look at these scenery at the moment. His eyes were still fixed on the chains. In the end, there was really no other way. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. He was ready to use his energy to blow up the chain. Of course, Zhang Shui'er will also suffer some damage by then. It's even possible that Zhang Shui'er will die by then. But now he has no choice but to give it a try. Before he really started to take action, Zheng Biyu came to Zhang Shui'er. You may encounter some energy waves next, so try your best to grit your teeth and persevere. I'll take you out as much as possible to make sure you don't die here in the end. If you think it's okay, just nod. If you feel scared, forget it. But in the end, she decided to leave the choice to Zhang Shui'er and let her make her own decision. Zhang Shui'er has calmed down at this moment, and she is very aware of the danger she is facing at this moment. After listening to what Zhang Feng said to her, she nodded fiercely, already preparing for the worst. In this case, Zhang Feng did not stop at all and took several steps back. The light spots in his hand continued to accumulate, and he focused on the chain position far away from Zhang Shui'er's body. Throw the light point in your hand directly. Finally the bracelet was blown off. The sound of bones breaking was also heard from Zhang Shui'er's body. She was immediately knocked unconscious. And Zhang Feng didn't stop at all, and came to Zhang Shui'er's side the moment the chain was broken. He quickly took off his clothes, wrapped them around Zhang Shui'er's body, and then jumped off the road with him in his arms. After coming out of the abandoned bell tower, Zhang Feng naturally didn't stop at all and rushed back to where he lived. Who knows if the guy who used the flying knife to deliver message 22 is waiting. Fortunately, when Zhang Feng returned to where he lived, no one attacked him in the middle. Putting Zhang Shui'er on his bed, Zhang Feng also stretched out his hand and checked her a little. Perception instantly covered Zhang Shui'er's whole body. Fortunately, the area he chose at that time was better. Although Zhang Shui'er was still affected by the energy, it only caused 2 broken ribs in his chest. No matter what, Zhang Shui'er was finally rescued, and Zhang Feng also took a long breath. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Shui'er, Zhang Feng was not in a hurry to get him out of his room. Let her still lie on her bed and rest, while he sat on the side. In the blink of an eye it was already dawn. Zhang Feng stretched and stood up from the ground. On the bed, Zhang Shui'er seemed to have regained consciousness at this moment. She looked around the room curiously, and then saw Zhang Feng's face. Why am I here? Zhang Shui'er didn't seem to have fully reacted, and she asked Zhang Feng for a while. Zhang Feng also had some helplessness and gave a rough account of what happened last night. After listening to this, Zhang Shui'er calmed down a little. She immediately hugged her upper body tightly. She naturally recalled the last condition of her clothes last night. When Zhang Feng saw his actions at this moment, he couldn't help but complain. What's the use of covering up now? I've already seen everything that needs to be seen. Don't worry, I don't mean anything to you. I'm going out. Just clean up after yourself. If possible, I hope you won't be here when I come back. After saying that, Zhang Feng opened the door of the room where he lived and walked out. After 3 hours, Zhang Feng felt that time was enough, so he returned to his house. But after opening the door and taking a look, he was stunned. Zhang Shui'er did not leave, but still lay on her bed. She even wore one of her own clothes. Zhang Feng, who saw this scene, naturally couldn't hold it back and frowned. You're back. Zhang Shui'er, who was lying on the bed, naturally saw the fortress who came in through the door, and immediately asked in fright. Didn't I tell you? I hope you will have left my room when I come back. Why are you still here now? Facing Zhang Feng's inquiry at this moment, Zhang Shui'er was about to cry. I don't dare go back to school now. I was captured by others in school last night and locked up there. I'm worried that if I go back, someone will attack me again. Seeing Zhang Shui'er's pitiful look at this moment, Zhang Feng naturally didn't say the harsh words that were on his lips. At this moment, Zhang Feng had closed the door, but now there was a knock on the door. Zhang Feng glanced back, and then subconsciously opened the door. After opening the door, standing outside were actually brother and sister Shui Tianyuan. Zhang Feng, long time no see. Seeing Zhang Feng opening the door, Shui Jingru lowered her head shyly. Seeing Shui Jingru standing outside the door at this moment, Zhang Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Especially at this moment, Shui Tianyuan was standing next to him. Shui Tianyuan was originally smiling and ready to greet Zhang Feng, but looking at his face now, Shui Tianyuan felt something was not right. Then also through the crack in the door, he saw another woman in the room. You are actually doing this kind of thing behind my sister's back during this time. Are you worthy of my sister? Saying that, Shui Tianyuan directly raised his foot and kicked Zhang Feng on the chest. Brother, what are you doing? Shui Wanyi was naturally curious and glanced at Shui Tianyuan. At this moment, Shui Tianyuan also took her directly into the room. Shui Jingru was stunned for a moment when she saw Zhang Shuier lying on the bed. Especially after seeing the torn clothes on the ground, her whole face instantly became miserable. And Zhang Shuier naturally saw Shui Jingru at this moment. Just now, he naturally heard what Shui Tianyuan said to Zhang Feng. Combined with Shui Jingru's expression at this moment, she naturally had some guesses in her heart. No wonder Zhang Feng, his childhood sweetheart, just now said that Tang Ran had no feelings for him. So that's it. Zhang Shuier naturally understood everything instantly. But at this time, she naturally didn't want to let Zhang Feng out so easily. So at this time, she quickly asked with concern towards Zhang Feng, who was still lying on the ground and did not get up. Are you okay, baby? After saying this, the expressions of the remaining 3 people in the room naturally changed. In an instant, Zhang Shuier felt like she was out of breath. Shui Tianyuan, who had just kicked Zhang Feng, was staring at her angrily. A pair of eyes full of eyes that want to devour people. Sorry. What shocked everyone was that Zhang Shuier said this directly at this moment. The relationship between me and Zhang Feng is not what you see. I just said that just because I wanted to make him angry. I was rescued by him, and I am still injured, so I have to live here temporarily. Although Shui Tianyuan heard Zhang Shuier's explanation at this moment, there was still a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He thought Zhang Shuier was sitting on the bed at this time and didn't move. He walked over and stretched out his hand to feel the situation inside Zhang Shuier's body. Sure enough, 2 of this guy's ribs were broken. It seemed that his explanation just now was not a lie. He should have mistakenly blamed Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, Shui Tianyuan naturally walked over and helped Zhang Feng, who was still lying on the ground, up. Tell me, for a person of your age, you have been wronged, can't you explain it? Why are you lying on the ground pretending to be dead and trying to blackmail me? After being helped up, Zhang Feng really didn't know what to say. But now the misunderstanding has finally been resolved, and it has not brought any too bad impact. But Shui Jingru's face did not completely return to normal at this moment. She was still looking straight at the torn clothes on the ground. Seeing where Shui Jingru was still looking at this moment, Zhang Shuier quickly explained. This is what I wore when I was injured last night. The clothes I am wearing were changed by myself and have nothing to do with him. He didn't see anything, so he gave me his own clothes to wear. After hearing Zhang Shuier explain this, Shui Jingru's expression returned to normal. Then, she also looked towards Zhang Feng. Looking at Shui Wanyi who was looking at him at the moment, Zhang Feng didn't know what to say now. He was stunned and at a loss. The scene suddenly became awkward again. Zhang Shuier had naturally said everything she needed to say. Even if he opened his mouth at this time, he didn't know what he should say. Especially if you say something wrong and something causes a misunderstanding, that would not be good. After all, the murderous intent in the eyes of the man who just came in was real. Just thinking about it at this moment made her body unbearable and she shivered. Naturally, Shui Tianyuan finally spoke. How could you, a little girl like you, put yourself in such danger? Tell me where you live and I will send you back now. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of others. Zhang Shuier, who originally wanted to stay here for a few more days and wanted to increase the distance from Zhang Feng, had no choice but to give a rough description of where she lived. Naturally, Shui Tianyuan took Zhang Shuier away from here immediately. Naturally, he wanted to give the remaining space and time to Zhang Feng and his sister. There were only 2 people left in the room now. Zhang Feng hesitated for a long time before asking Shui Jingru. Why are you and your brother here? Can't we come over? As soon as Zhang Feng asked the question, Shui Jingru immediately asked back. Zhang Feng scratched his head and didn't know how to answer for a while. Seeing Zhang Feng's embarrassed look at this moment, Shui Jingru couldn't help laughing. Okay, I'm not angry, don't worry. That woman just now should be Zhang Shuier. Zhang Feng was not surprised at all as to why Shui Jingru knew Zhang Shuier. After all, everyone is from the same school, so it is inevitable that there will be intersection. Are you childhood sweethearts? I know. It's just a pity that you guys haven't had much contact with each other since your senior year in high school. Is there something wrong with the relationship between you two? He said that he was not angry, but at this moment, Zhang Feng didn't know how to ask the question Shui Jingru asked. I'm just asking casually, don't take it too seriously. My brother and I came here this time mainly because there was something going on at the branch house. Your school seems to have some mission recently, and my brother seems to be on that mission too. After hearing Shui Jingru clearly explain the purpose of his visit, Zhang Feng was also prepared to wait until Shui Tianyuan came back and tell him what happened last night. After all, what happened last night was full of weirdness. Because Shui Tianyuan went out at this time and didn't know when he would come back, Zhang Feng also put this matter aside for the time being. He was not going to tell Shui Jingru about this matter in order to prevent Shui Jingru from worrying about him. At this time, Shui Jingru also came, and Zhang Feng also remembered the gift he bought before. Originally, because he accepted the task proposed by Chen Gang, Zhang Feng didn't know when he could go back. But now that the other party is here, Zhang Feng quickly took out the gift. Looking at the two pairs of earrings Zhang Feng handed to her at this moment, the joy on Shui Jingru's face could no longer be concealed. Is this what you want to give to me? She held a pair of earrings and asked Zhang Feng happily. Zhang Feng naturally smiled and nodded, urging him. Hurry up and try it out to see if it looks good. Naturally, Shui Jingru immediately followed Zhang Feng's instructions, put on the two pairs of earrings, and threw aside the earrings she originally wore. Shui Jingru felt happy from the bottom of her heart for the gift Zhang Feng chose for herself. An hour later, Shui Tianyuan came back. Chapter 91. Seeing the happy expression on her sister's face, she immediately looked towards Zhang Feng. You kid can do it. Now you can make girls happy. Approaching Zhang Feng, Shui Tianyuan also lowered his voice and said this. Zhang Feng naturally just smiled awkwardly. Shui Tianyuan also extended his hand. What are you doing? Zhang Feng asked Shui Tianyuan curiously. My sister has a gift, where is my gift? No. Facing Shui Tianyuan's inquiry, Zhang Feng also said it directly. You're a guy who values girls over friends. Silently taking back his hand, Shui Tianyuan did not forget to complain about Zhang Feng. Okay, my sister and I will go to the branch house first. Are you going to stay here for now, aren't you coming with us? Shui Tianyuan took back his hand and asked Zhang Feng. Anyway, he had nothing else to do now, so Zhang Feng naturally agreed to the invitation proposed by Shui Tianyuan at this moment. On the way to the Shui branch house, Shui Jingru was naturally curious and looked at the scenery outside. If you two don't want to go to the branch house, just don't go there for now. Shui Tianyuan naturally looked at his sister and said to the two of them. Anyway, I can handle the matter over there alone. Sister, it's your first time coming to this city, let Zhang Feng take you around. This guy has been here for several days, so he is probably familiar with it. Regarding what Shui Tianyuan said at this moment, Shui Jingru nodded. Naturally, she didn't want to get involved in the situation at the branch house. Every time at the family's year-end gathering, she would get annoyed when she looked at the elders in the branch house. It's okay now, but it's better to go over there. Zhang Feng also happily agreed. The three people also separated from each other on the street. Zhang Feng naturally took Shui Jingru on a stroll on the street. Because this place is relatively close to the university where Zhang Shuier is studying, there are more businesses on the road. Although there is still no way to compare with the city where they are located, it is still pretty good. Shui Jingru looked at this store and then that store curiously. Want a drink? I'll buy it for you now. Zheng Feng naturally saw the beverage shop that Master Chen had recommended to him before, and asked Shui Jingru beside him with a smile. Shui Jingru, who was looking at the jewelry in this store, naturally didn't think much and nodded. Zheng Feng went out to buy drinks. The drinks in this beverage shop seemed to be really good. When Zheng Feng arrived, he realized that the queue was actually quite long. He had no choice but to wait in line silently at the back. It was almost half an hour before Zheng Feng bought a drink. Knowing that he had spent too much time, Zheng Feng hurried back to the jewelry store after getting the drink. As soon as he entered the door, he saw two men standing in front of Shui Jingru. "Little sister, tell me which jewelry you like, and he will buy it for you. If you are interested in these stores, we will cover them all today." One of them stared at Shui Jingru seriously. Zheng Feng took the drink and naturally stood in front of the two men. "I am her boyfriend, what are you going to do?" When Zheng Feng arrived in front of the two of them, he naturally questioned them unceremoniously. "He's this beauty's boyfriend, isn't he? If you are her boyfriend, why don't you treat her to drink these things? It's too cheap. Such a beautiful woman, wouldn't you feel good if you didn't treat her to something fancy? You poor losers shouldn't follow other people's example of falling in love. Go away and don't disturb the uncle's interest." Backquote. The person looked at Zheng Feng who came in front of him, then looked at the drink in his hand, and suddenly said something disdainful. Zheng Feng stared at the guy standing in front of him at this moment, and naturally there was a trace of anger in his heart. "Brother, why are you here?" Just when Zheng Feng was about to teach these two guys a lesson, Master Chen happened to pass by outside. Seeing Zheng Feng in this shop, he quickly ran over. "Brother, I was going to call you over there to have lunch with me, but you ended up here." Seeing Master Chen walking up to him, Zheng Feng was also ready to let him get rid of the two guys in front of him. "If I encounter some trouble, can you handle it?" Zheng Feng naturally opened his mouth and said this to Master Chen. When Master Chen heard that Zheng Feng was in trouble, he immediately stood by his side. "You two are too ambitious to be brave. I'll trouble you to find your grandfather and I'll blame you." Master Chen didn't even see clearly who these two people were, and immediately stepped forward to question them. "Chen Qingji, open your eyes and see who I am." The person who originally mocked Zheng Feng sneered when he saw Chen Qingji. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Chen Qingji turned his gaze towards it at this moment so that others could see through it. "Shui Wood, why are you here? Don't you, the Shui family, have distinguished guests coming to your door today?" Chen Qingji also recognized the two men in front of him at this moment, and his tone was naturally a little weak. Zheng Feng immediately frowned slightly. This Chen Qingji is usually very good, but why is he suddenly not so good at this time? At this time, Chen Qingji also remembered that Zheng Feng was still with him. He also quickly turned around and whispered to Zheng Feng. "These two guys are not easy to mess with. They are the direct young masters of the Shui family. If I really offend them, the Shui family will probably cause trouble for me. Although my father can withstand it, I can't. How about we withdraw?" Speaking of this, Chen Qingji also glanced at Zheng Feng with some guilt. "Are you from the Shui family?" After knowing the identities of these two guys, Shui Jingru also spoke at this moment. Zheng Feng also said this to Chen Qingji at this time. If these two guys are really from the Shui family, the country will be powerful. If you're not from the Shui family, that might be a bit difficult. Okay, just wait by the side. Seeing that Zheng Feng was not planning to leave at this moment, Chen Qingji was a little confused. After all, it's still Zheng Feng today. It's rare for him to help with anything, but he refuses him as soon as he opens his mouth. What's going on? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and stopped directly in front of Zheng Feng. "Shui Wood, let me tell you, Laozi is not afraid of you. Your old man has the ability to ask my father to beat me to death. Otherwise, your kid won't be able to step over me today. Get the hell out of here." Shui Wood obviously did not expect that Chen Qingji would actually stand up at this moment. Although everyone is a playboy, because of the existence of the Shui family behind him, even Chen Qingji and his father have to be polite. Not to mention a little Chen Qingji. "Chen Qingji, don't be so shameless. It is true that your father will not beat you to death, but if you provoke our Shui family, your father will put you in solitary confinement for a few months. When he heard that he would be detained for several months, Chen Qingji's body trembled slightly. Leave it to me, you won't listen. This guy is from the Shui family, he should kneel down when he sees me now. At this time, Zheng Feng also patted Chen Qingji's shoulder gently. He said this immediately. At this moment, Shui Wu looked at him and his eyes immediately became cold. What did you say? Say it again if you can. Because I come from the Shui family, I heard someone treat me so little. Shui Wu's face naturally showed a sinister look. At this time, Chen Qingji, who was standing on the side, immediately took a breath after hearing what Zheng Feng just said. The words Zheng Feng said just now were like thunder, ringing in his ears. In Xinfeng City, no one dares to talk to the Shui family like this. Brother, don't you know what the Shui family is? Hurry up and get out of here, I'll help you block these two guys. Chen Qingji was naturally really worried at this time about what the two Shui family members in front of him would do to Zheng Feng. Even if he knows that Zheng Feng is very good at fighting, what's the point of being able to fight? Although their Shui family is just a branch of the Shui family among the 10 major families, it is not something that anyone can mess with casually. Chen Qingji, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't run away now, it means that you feel the same as what this guy just said, right? If this is really the case, if your father finds out, he won't be able to protect you. Get out of here now, you hear me? Shui Wu immediately snorted coldly at Chen Qingji. Chen Qingji hesitated for a long time, but in the end he did not leave. Seeing Chen Qingji still staying here, Shui Wu nodded one after another. Okay, Chen Qingji also wants to go against our Shui family for these guys, right? Okay, I will make it happen for you today. After saying that, Shui Wu was about to take action directly. Shui Jingru also said immediately at this moment. Stop, little beauty, don't be anxious for now. Once we brothers deal with these two blind guys, we will naturally accompany you. Hearing Shui Jingru's voice at this moment, Shui Wu just glanced at her. I am the eldest lady of the Shui family. Shui Jingru snorted immediately. She came to the branch house here this time because her father knew that the branch house here was quite busy. So let myself come over with and beat them up a little bit. As a result, I didn't expect these guys from the Shui family branch to be so arrogant. Miss Shui family, Shui Wu naturally knew what distinguished guests were coming home today. They seemed to be the two brothers and sisters who came from the same family. Is my luck so bad? Even if I am arranged to go out from the family in advance, can I still encounter it? Just after Shui Wu glanced at Shui Jingru with some anxiety. Suddenly he laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, are you the eldest lady of the Shui family? Chen Qingji, what kind of people do you know? One said that our Shui family would kneel down when they saw him, and the other said that she was the eldest daughter of the Shui family. Did you meet them in a mental hospital? Chen Qingji's gaze at this moment was naturally directed towards Shui Jingru. He was a little shocked at first, but after taking a look at Shui Jingru, he shook his head slightly. At this moment, Shui Wu stepped in front of Shui Jingru. You said you were the eldest lady of the Shui family. I almost got fooled by you just now. But how could a young lady from the Shui family wear such cheap earrings? Chen Qingji just looked at Shui Jingru and shook his head because he saw the earrings she was wearing. Although it is made of gold, the good news is that the price will not exceed 20 stone, which is too heavy in the market. How could a young lady from one of the top 10 families wear such cheap earrings? Here, after seeing Shui Wu in front of Shui Jingru, Zheng Feng also moved directly. One hand directly grabbed Shui Wu's shoulder. He was forcefully pulled aside. You dare to attack me? Shui Wu also frowned slightly at the power Zheng Feng showed at this moment. There is something about this guy's physical strength. However, as a member of the Shui family, he naturally would not feel any fear because of this. What happened to you? I said, you branch of the Shui family should kneel down when you see me. Zheng Feng glanced at him coldly. Shui Wu's face suddenly darkened, and his calendar was activated instantly. A layer of pale golden light appeared on his body. Judging from the type of ability, it should be similar to Zheng Feng's awakened ability, both of which belong to the light attribute. However, this guy's ability is only attached to his body surface, thereby enhancing his physical strength. As for combat effectiveness, there is no big amplifying claw. Boy, you are looking for death. At this moment, Shui Wu roared at Zheng Feng and rushed towards him. Another person standing next to him, Shui Wu's younger brother, Shui Wendi, was also acting together at this moment. The abilities of the two people are extremely similar. It seems that after standing together, there is some special enhancement function. Zheng Feng saw this scene but didn't pay much attention. To deal with these two guys, there is no need to use your own abilities at all. He just took a deep breath. The two sword energies instantly rotated on the surface of his body. Feeling the sword energy surrounding Zheng Feng at this moment, the Shui Wu brothers could not find an opportunity to strike. You guy, what you said was so arrogant. As a result, you can only defend yourself, right? Shui Wu couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Zheng Feng also snorted coldly. He asked Shui Wu in return. Okay, then according to what you said, if I really attack you, can you defend yourself? After saying that, the two sword chi that originally revolved around Zheng Feng's body would instantly fly out towards the two of them. Seeing the sword energy flying towards them at this moment, the expressions of both of them changed slightly. They naturally felt the sharpness of the sword energy. Almost in an instant, the two of them chose to distance themselves from Zheng Feng. Chen Qingji, who was beside him, also said hello secretly in his heart at this moment. He was a little worried at first, but now he was completely relieved. Brother, please hold on a little longer. I have already notified my father. He will probably arrive soon. When they get here, these two guys naturally don't dare to do anything else. At this moment, he naturally shouted to Zheng Feng over there. When Shui Wu and Shui Wu heard what Chen Qingji was shouting to Zheng Feng, their expressions changed. When Chen Qingji's father really arrived, the two of them could only leave in despair. After all, the two of them actually knew it very well. The original reason for this incident lies with the two of them. So after hearing what Chen Qingji said, the two people immediately looked at each other. It seems that this matter must be resolved quickly now, otherwise they will be the ones in trouble later. When the two people joined together, they didn't hold anything back. The energy in their bodies was activated to ultimate. In just an instant, a lightsaber took shape between the two of them. Hit Zheng Feng directly. Looking at the lightsaber falling straight down towards him, Zheng Feng naturally frowned slightly. Although the strength of these two guys is not very strong, the attack they launched on themselves at this moment and the energy fluctuations coming from them can basically be regarded as a blow close to the first level ferocious beast. However, this attack is naturally of no use to Zheng Feng. Don't even use elementalization. At this moment, Zheng Feng just condensed a few light points in his hand. 110 When the lightsaber was about to fall on top of his head, he directly hit the few light spots in his hand. The lightsaber fell directly on the palm of Zheng Feng's hand, and the light spots were directly blocked. The next moment, those light spots flew out directly with the lightsaber. After Zheng Feng estimated that they were at a similar height, he chose to directly detonate the light spots that originally flew out. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the lightsaber was directly hit by the bomb. It even blew a huge hole in the roof of this store. The two Shui Wu brothers, looking at the hole blown out above their heads, stood there stunned for a moment. They also didn't expect that the strongest combined attack of their brothers would be solved by the guy in front of them in this way. His eyes immediately turned towards Zheng Feng. The opponent's strength is obviously much stronger than the two of them combined. In fact, the other party has not used all his strength at all. Naturally, the next two people were not prepared to stay here. First of all, Chen Qingji's father is expected to arrive soon. Secondly, when the combined attack of the two of them was easily solved by Zheng Feng, they actually suffered some internal injuries. If you continue to stay here at this moment, there will not be any good results. But just when the two were about to leave from here, Zheng Feng appeared directly in front of them. At this moment, Zheng Feng was naturally looking at the two of them coldly. Did I say you can leave? Faced with Zheng Feng's obstruction at this moment, the two of them didn't know what to do. It seemed that this guy obviously had no intention of letting them go just like that. What do you want to do? Now that we are ready to let you go, you still want to make trouble for yourself. Shui Wu was naturally cold and glanced at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng also glanced at Shui Wu coldly at this moment, and said something in his mouth. You can't leave without my consent. You just left like this, didn't you take me a little seriously? I have given you opportunities before, but you CCDA don't cherish them very much. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he took something out of his pocket and threw it in front of the two people. Take a good look at what this is. The two brothers Shui Wu naturally glanced at the thing thrown on the ground. After seeing the appearance of that thing clearly, the expressions of the two people also changed greatly in an instant. Especially Shui Wu, as the elder brother, stretched out his hand and pointed at the token on the ground with eyes full of disbelief. How come you have this token in your hand? Who are you? Are you really from the Shui family? After seeing clearly the content on the quick token, Shui Wu's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Of course he knew that token. A token belonging to the future successor of the Shui family. The holder of this token will naturally be treated as the future successor of the Shui family. Even the head of the branch house is nothing in front of this person. You must know that the future family of the main house can directly deprive the branch house of its head status. Shui Wu finally realized that he was in trouble. This was a major event that could change their family's status in the Shui family. Now do you still think that what I said to you before was a lie? I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me now. Do you dare not to kneel down? Zhang Feng sneered and asked Shui Wu in front of him. At this moment, Shui Wu was also gritting his teeth tightly. Facing Zhang Feng's inquiry, he could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, Zhang Feng immediately said something after seeing Shui Wu shaking his head. In that case, then kneel down now. Shui Wu did not dare to question anything, and naturally he quickly knelt down to Zhang Feng to heal him. Zhang Feng naturally looked towards Shui Wendi, who was still standing beside him. As the eldest brother, Shui Wu had already knelt down, so naturally he did not dare to hesitate at all. Looking at the two people kneeling in front of him, Zhang Feng turned his head and looked towards Shui Jingru. What are you going to do with these two guys? Although he just held the token belonging to the Shui family in his hand, after all, he was not a member of the Shui family. Naturally, the handling of these two guys has to be left to Shui Jingru, who is his family member. Let them both kneel here. I received news before that people from the branch house were acting domineering here. I still couldn't believe it. Seeing is believing. Shui Jingru also snorted coldly. He was actually angrier than anyone else right now. These two guys are not only members of the Shui family branch house here, but what they do has directly affected the reputation of the Shui family. I don't know how my elder brother is doing his investigation there now. Anyway, there has been enough progress on my side. At first, I didn't believe that Shui Jingru was the successor of the eldest daughter of the Shui family. Now, after seeing Zhang Feng's token, I naturally no longer had any suspicion. At this time, Chen Qingji also walked to Zhang Feng in small steps. She asked him softly, "Brother, are you from the Shui family? But your surname is obviously not Shui." Chen Qingji was naturally extremely curious at this time as to what was going on. After all, in the information about Zhang Feng that he initially investigated, there was no information that he was a member of the Shui family. But the scene in front of him forced him to believe it. In response to Chen Qingji's inquiry, Zhang Feng gave a general explanation that this token did not belong to him. But one of my friends gave it to me for safekeeping. His friend will introduce him to him later. After making sure that he would meet the real young master of the Shui family, Chen Qingji naturally showed a proud smile on his face. Naturally, he quickly looked towards the two people kneeling on the ground. If these two guys take on the identity of the Shui family again in the future, I won't need to be afraid of them anymore. In the blink of an eye, this matter came to an end temporarily. A big hole was punched in the roof of this shop, and Shui Jingru paid for it out of her own pocket. The store owner had actually been hiding nearby and watching secretly. Naturally, he also knew who Shui Jingru was. Faced with the compensation he offered, the store owner began to be reluctant to accept it. After all, the Shui family's style of doing things is famous in this city. In the end, after Shui Jingru's persuasion, the store reluctantly accepted the compensation. And it was because of this incident that Shui Jingru once again glared at the two brothers kneeling on the ground. Since I plan to walk out from here first, Shui Jingru already knew about the two brothers of the Shui family, so naturally there was no need to go to the Shui family branch house. Just when the three of them had just walked out of these shops, a group of men in military uniforms immediately surrounded the shop. A burly man stepped out from among these people. The man saw Chen Qingji at a glance, and he naturally walked over quickly. "Master, are you okay?" When this man came to Chen Qingji's side, he looked him up and down anxiously. After confirming that Chen Qingji had no injuries, the man was obviously relieved. Then he looked towards Zheng Feng, who was standing aside. "Are you Zheng Feng?" he asked Zheng Feng. The clothes this guy was wearing naturally gave Zheng Feng a rough guess about his identity. This guy should be a general under the city lord. Although I didn't take the initiative to ask Chen Qingji's identity, I only knew that this guy was a playboy with a very powerful background. But Zheng Feng never thought that the city lord was behind him. "Is your father the lord of this city?" Zheng Feng naturally stepped forward and asked Chen Qingji. "Didn't I tell you, brother?" Chen Qingji also frowned when he heard Zheng Feng's inquiry. "But thinking about it again, it seems that I have never said my identity in detail." He originally wanted to take this opportunity to continue saying something, but Zheng Feng directly raised his hand. "Okay, I just know your dad is the city lord. You don't need to say much else." Quote. Chen Qingji naturally closed his mouth with some joy. The generals under the city lord also looked at Zheng Feng at this moment, and then said to him with fists in his hands. "Mr. Zheng, when my city lord sent me here earlier, he asked me to see you and tell you. Mr. Zheng, if you have time, I hope you can attend the banquet of my city lord. I will send someone to tell you the time and place later." Regarding the banquet held by the city lord at this moment, Zheng Feng nodded once to express that he understood. Then the general left directly without Chen Qingji. He walked directly into the shop and kicked out Shui Wu and the two who were still kneeling inside. "You two, the lord of the city invites you to be guests. I also hope that the two young masters of the Shui family can give us, the city lord, some face." Although he said such words, there was no possibility in his tone that the two of them could make a choice. These two young masters of the Shui family naturally knew each other's intentions very well. Even if you don't want to, you have to go. If you are worried about something happening to you, you can contact the Shui family now. As long as your father can redeem you, we will never do you any harm. You two young masters, let's go. Under the urging of the general, the Shui Wu brothers had to follow those people and slowly evacuate from here, even if they were reluctant. Looking at the crowd leaving here, Zheng Feng naturally glanced at Shui Jingru. "Thank you." Suddenly Zheng Feng said this to Shui Jingru. Shui Jingru naturally looked at Zheng Feng blankly, not knowing why she suddenly said such a sentence. "The earrings you originally replaced must be very valuable. At least it's worth a lot more than what I gave you. Then you finally chose to wear the earrings I gave you. So I have to say thank you." Shui Jingru's face suddenly turned red when she heard the reason why Zheng Feng thanked her. The two people naturally continued to stroll on this street. Soon a soldier in military uniform ran to Zheng Feng's side. "Regarding the banquet held by the city lord tonight, Zheng Feng has been notified of the relevant time and location. I looked at the time of the banquet and then at the address." Zheng Feng naturally asked Shui Jingru beside him. "Do you want to attend tonight's banquet as my female companion?" After saying that, Zheng Feng also directly extended his hand to Shui Jingru. Regarding Zheng Feng's invitation at this moment, Shui Jingru naturally did not hesitate at all. He also immediately put his hand on Zheng Feng's hand. The two of them immediately set off together, heading towards the address they just received. It's just that when the two were held together, they never let go. Feeling the warm feeling coming from the palm of his hand at this moment, Zheng Feng's heart was also beating wildly. When we arrived at the place where the city lord held a banquet tonight, there were actually quite a few people here. Zheng Feng just looked around and soon saw Chen Qingji in formal attire. Chen Qingji also discovered Zheng Feng immediately, and immediately took steps to quickly walk to Zheng Feng's side. "Brother, you are here. Let's go somewhere with me. My dad and a few other people are waiting over there now." Although it is not clear why Chen Qingji took himself to that place at this moment, but he still followed faithfully. There was a small room at the back of the banquet hall. Outside the room, Chen Qingji took out a delicate little key from his neck. He used the small key to open the door in front of him. After entering this small room, Zheng Feng naturally saw the people in this room. There are a few familiar faces. You're here, kid. I thought you wouldn't come over tonight. Come on, let me introduce these people to you. When the city lord saw Zheng Feng coming in, he immediately walked over enthusiastically, and then gave him a general introduction to the people in the room before. This is the deputy city lord. This is the vice president of that university. This is the future successor of the Shui family. There are only a few people in this small room. In addition to the deputy city lord and vice principal, Zheng Feng couldn't be more familiar with this future successor of the Shui family. I heard that my sister almost had an accident today. After the introduction of the city lord, Shui Tianyuan naturally said coldly to Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng was not able to refute anything, so he just smiled helplessly. You two know each other. The city lord at this moment naturally looked at Zheng Feng and then at Shui Qingyuan with some doubts. But soon, the city lord also reacted. These two guys are both from the Southwest Military Academy. It would be strange if they didn't know each other. At this moment, Shui Jingru came in behind Zheng Feng, and the city lord naturally looked towards him. This girl should be the sister Shui Tianyuan mentioned. Naturally, she is the eldest lady of the Shui family. Originally, he wanted Zheng Feng to send the woman around him out first, but it turned out that he no longer needed to do so now. Okay, now that everyone is here, we can start what we are going to discuss tonight. The city lord coughed and started talking about business. The Southwest Military Academy discovered that there is a spy organization headquarters hidden in our city. These two are the students they sent here to assist us in the investigation. The city lord said, pointing to Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan beside him. The other two people immediately looked at them and smiled. We have not yet found very detailed information about the headquarters of this spy organization. There is no way to immediately locate their corresponding positions, so I would like to trouble you two students to pay more attention to the situation on our side during this period. After all, it's not easy for the three of us to show up. What the city lord said at this moment, Zheng Feng naturally nodded decisively. Any unexpected action by any one of the three of them will be noticed by the spies in this city. There are only two of them, and at most Shui Jingru. Because the three of them are new faces, they feel more free to move around in this city. Currently, the several of us in this room can prove to each other and confirm that each other is not a spy. As for the remaining people, I think everyone should be more careful. Even the people closest to you may have been instigated by the other party to rebel. The city lord then said something very seriously. Everyone nodded together. Next, they also talked about the general plan for finding the headquarters of this spy organization. After finishing speaking, it took less than half an hour. The five people returned to the banquet at different times and in different orders. The content of the banquet was actually nothing too exciting. It was just a group of acquaintances bragging and drinking together. At this moment, Zheng Feng was naturally sitting in a small corner with Shui Tianyuan. Only then did Zheng Feng have time to briefly talk to Shui Tianyuan about what happened last night. After hearing the whole situation, Shui Tianyuan also frowned tightly. After listening to what you told me, I'm a little confused about what that guy is going to do. Does he want to protect you or that Shuiwu? Or maybe the other party doesn't really have any big ideas at all, and just wants to simply test your combat power. Shui Tianyuan naturally started to make his own guesses. Regarding Shui Tianyuan making these speculations at this moment, Zheng Feng also shook his head slightly. If he could really figure it out, why didn't he come for help now? I can't make a definite analysis on this matter directly. But if that guy really targets you, he probably won't and will only do that one thing. Maybe he will do something to you at that time. During this period, I would like to live with you. After thinking carefully about what might happen, Shui Tianyuan said this to Zheng Feng. With the help of Shui Tianyuan's exaggerated perception, maybe he can find that guy in advance. Zheng Feng naturally agreed quickly. But he quickly asked about Shui Jingru's arrangements. The guy attacked Zhang Shui'er last time. If it was really aimed at him, then his next target is likely to be Shui Jingru. In response to Zheng Feng's inquiry at this moment, Shui Tianyuan naturally nodded. Don't worry, I've already considered it. My sister's room is right next to yours. If someone really wants to take action against him, I will naturally feel it immediately. On the other hand, it's you. My sister will always be by your side. You must protect her. If he loses a hair, just wait for me to crush him to ashes. Shui Tianyuan naturally said this harshly. Zheng Feng looked at Shui Tianyuan at this moment and also asked. You're not a girly guy, are you? This time it was Shui Tianyuan's turn and he didn't know what to say. The banquet was about to end, and the two of them stood up and prepared to find Shui Jingru, who had left with the city lord's wife. When they came out of the secret room before, Shui Jingru happened to meet the city lord's wife. The two people seemed to hit it off immediately, and they started chatting immediately. So, it was just the two of them sitting together. Just when the two of them got up and were about to go look for it, a group of people suddenly ran into the place where the banquet was being held. Chen, where are my two children? Don't tell me you don't know where they are, hand them over quickly. Give you the courage to attack our Shui family members. The person who broke in at this time was naturally the owner of the Shui family branch house in this city. Where's my token? At this moment, Shui Tianyuan also asked Zheng Feng directly. Zheng Feng also quickly took out the token from his arms and gave it back to Shui Tianyuan. Before Shui Tianyuan took action, the city lord walked out with a smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this Lao Shui? Why did I forget to invite you to tonight's banquet? It's all my fault. I'll punish myself with a drink. As he spoke, the city lord unceremoniously picked up the glass of wine at hand and drank it down in one gulp. Stop pretending to be confused here. Do you think I don't know who took my two sons away? Hurry and hand it over to me, or believe it or not, I will crush your banquet tonight. Looking at the head of the Shui family who rushed in at this time, everyone's eyes naturally turned towards him. Although some people still didn't know what happened before, most people understood after listening to what he just said. Naturally, everyone's eyes were directed towards the city lord at this moment. Naturally, they didn't know what the two juniors of the Shui family had done. They had already come to ask for help. It was obvious that they had done something terrible. Hurry up and let me go. I will give you one last message. At this moment, the head of the Shui family was naturally staring at the city lord with an unkind expression. What if I say I won't let him go? The city lord also sneered at this time. Since the other party has come directly to the door tonight, it is obvious that he does not want to give himself a face. Since the other party didn't give me face, why should I care about his face? Oh, the city owner himself has long been unhappy with the Shui family in his city. If it had been before, maybe he could have broken his teeth and swallowed it. But now that there is obviously one more person on your side, you don't need to worry about arousing the resentment of the Shui family, one of the four heads of the family. Thinking like this, the city lord also looked towards Shui Tianyuan beside him. Shui Tianyuan naturally noticed the city lord's eyes at this moment, but he did not stand up directly, but continued to choose to wait and see from the side. Naturally, he also wanted to know what the head of the Shui family branch house would do next. At this moment, the head of the Shui family branch house also heard what the city lord just said. His face darkened. Okay, your words are enough. Since you are not ready to let him go, then I won't be polite to you anymore. After saying this, the owner of the Shui family branch house immediately waved his hand. Since you don't choose to do what I say, no one here wants to go out tonight. Unless you let me take my two children away now, we'll just waste our time here. The old god, the head of the Shui family branch house, stared at the city lord and said something. Those people from the Shui family who came in from outside also directly surrounded all the guests attending tonight's banquet. There was naturally a deep arrogance in their eyes. Except for a few of the guests here, the rest of them cannot compare to them in terms of status or status. I want to see how you are going to stop us tonight. One of the guests also said something indignantly when he saw the Shui family members surrounding him at this moment. After saying that, he took steps directly, as if he wanted to walk out of this group of people. But it's a pity that this guy has just taken the first step, and a member of the Shui family took action directly. The man activated his ability directly, and in an instant it was like the guy just suppressed to the ground. Let's see who else dares to provoke us. We, the Shui family, have the final say in this city. If you people don't choose to join us, don't blame us for being embarrassed. What's the use of following this city lord? Can he protect your safety? He can't even protect himself. 1. The head of the branch house of the Shui family saw a man being beaten to the ground by his men, and he immediately said something to all the guests. The expressions on all the guests' faces at this moment were not very pretty. Especially the city lord who is standing at the front right now. His face was even more ugly. The people in the Shui family in front of them simply didn't take him, the city lord, seriously. In this city, his position in the city does not seem to be the most important. Do you, the Shui family, really not take me, the city lord, seriously? You are just one of the 4 masters, the branch house of the Shui family. Aren't you afraid of being traced by our family? Aren't you afraid that the people above will cause trouble for you? The city lord at this moment also asked coldly to the head of the Shui family in front of him. My family, the people they sent here this time have been dealt with by me long ago. Do you think my family will still know what is happening now? As for the problem above, do you think I will still be worried? With the Shui family's name, the people above won't do anything to me even if they blame it. You have that time now, why not worry about yourself? The most important thing is that you can survive tonight and get out of here. The head of the Shui family also glanced at the Shui family members around him at this moment. This guy also understood the meaning of the family master instantly. They were forbidden to come forward and continued to squeeze the group of people who were originally surrounded in the middle, so that the distance between them had to become even narrower. 10 minutes, Lord City Lord, I will kill someone here every other minute. If you still don't want to call my 2 sons out, then let these guys hate you on the road to hell in the end. As the lord of this city, you probably don't want to see your men sent on the road by me. The city lord was also gritting his teeth tightly at this moment, although he knew very well that the head of the Shui family would do something excessive. But I never expected that what he would do next would be so crazy. Zheng Feng, who had always been standing by the side, now looked completely gloomy. He never thought that the head of the Shui family would do this. It is simply a bit lawless, and even the following crimes. If he doesn't come forward, everyone around him will probably be harmed to a certain extent. Although what the other party wants is not him. Thinking of this, Zheng Feng also took a step forward. Seeing that someone was about to come out at this time, one of the Shui family's men immediately launched an attack on Zheng Feng. A water ball flew directly towards Zheng Feng. The flying speed of this water polo is not very fast, but everyone can clearly feel that the water polo seems to have a mud-like feeling as it moves forward. Especially when the water polo is about to reach Zheng Feng. The water ball exploded completely, forming a cage made entirely of water, locking Zheng Feng directly in the middle. Regarding what happened at this moment, Zheng Feng also frowned slightly. He naturally stretched out his hand to open the water. But the moment his hand touched the water cage made of water, it's like being stuck in a quagmire. His hand didn't grab anything, but was directly attracted by the water flow. Even if you want to withdraw it directly, there is no way to do it. The guy taking action at this moment should be a control system user. The opponent's strength is obviously not weak, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control himself so easily. Stop resisting, kid, you can't open this cage of mine. The harder you push, the stronger the suction will be. Even in the end, all the blood in your body will be forcibly sucked out, and no one can save you by then. Glancing at Zheng Feng who was struggling, the man also persuaded him unhurriedly. Zheng Feng naturally ignored what this guy said at the moment. Nature has no intention of giving up. If there is no way to do it with one hand, then use 2 hands. Zheng Feng thought so, and then slowly moved his other hand toward the water in front of him. Both hands touched the stream of water, and were naturally attracted directly. It was completely impossible to pull them back. In this case, Zheng Feng simply didn't want to take back his hands. At this moment, he naturally gave up on breaking the flow of water in front of him, and instead condensed 2 light spots in the palms of his hands. In the clear and transparent water, the appearance of 2 light spots naturally attracted the attention of the person who just took action. The man also sneered indifferently at this moment. I told you, there is nothing you can do, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more severe the backlash you will receive. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. If you die here, don't think about causing trouble for me. The old man said this calmly, and finally withdrew his gaze from Zheng Feng. There is no need for him to focus on Zheng Feng at this moment. If this guy really wants to die, no one can save him. But just as this guy slowly looked towards the others, a sound suddenly appeared in his ear. Apparently, the new light point that had just been condensed in Zheng Feng's hand exploded. The explosion naturally attracted the guy's attention again. Naturally, the guy's gaze instantly moved towards the original position. His eyes widened immediately. He never thought that the cage he had created would actually be blasted out of the way by that guy. Looking at the blasted area that appeared in front of him at this moment, Zheng Feng did not rush out, but stretched his hands to other parts of the cage. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with destroying one of the streams. He seemed to want to completely destroy the cage that trapped him at the moment. With previous experience, the cage in front of Zheng Feng's processor has obviously become more comfortable at this moment. Almost, in just a few breaths, the cage that bound him was completely broken. The changes here naturally attracted everyone's attention. How on earth did this guy break out of this cage? Even if it is a 5th-level ferocious beast, it will take a lot of effort to break through this cage. Who is this young man? Everyone in the Shui family was puzzled when they saw the scene at this moment. They are very aware of the power of their companions. Especially since they can see that Zheng Feng is not very old. He should even be younger than his own young master. If this guy can really grow up, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Especially when the head of the Shui family looked at Zheng Feng, his eyes instantly became sharp. What he didn't expect was that there was such a young man beside the city lord. Has this guy really found a treasure like you? But so what? If you don't hand over my 2 children, this guy will die here. Can you bear to see such a good seedling die before your eyes? At this moment, the head of the Shui family naturally questioned the city lord here. The city lord responded to the other party's inquiry at this moment and stretched out his hand helplessly. If you want to kill him, then do it. I would like to see if you can really succeed. Still, everyone you brought tonight will be left here by him. Zheng Feng had shown terrifying strength in the beast tide before, and the city lord was naturally very aware of his strength. Regarding the Shui family members who appeared in front of him, he did not think that anyone could threaten Zheng Feng's life. Even if there really are people like that, there are more than just 12 here. 3 people alone. Okay, I want to see if this guy is who you said he is. Lao Chi Lao Ba, you two come on. Don't worry about killing this guy, give me a hard time. The head of the Shui family looked at the city lord in front of him with a calm look, and immediately sneered. Naturally, he doesn't care what will happen in the end. The 2 people he sent are certainly among the top 10 in today's Shui family. No matter how powerful that kid is, he can't directly block the joint attack of these 2 people. In the opinion of the head of the Shui family, this young man must have been killed directly in front of him. At this moment, Zheng Feng naturally noticed the 2 people slowly approaching him. Shui Tianyuan behind him immediately discovered the abilities of these 2 guys and talked to them roughly. As the eldest young master of the Shui family, he had a general understanding of the abilities of these Shui family masters when he came here. Otherwise, these guys really have some bad thoughts in their hearts, and then he can take corresponding measures according to what he has mastered. As a result, I didn't expect to use it so quickly. In fact, as long as Shui Tianyuan can stand up, this matter will turn around immediately. But he didn't want to do it directly. Being able to use up more of the Shui family's strength will naturally give some help to subsequent plans. Zheng Feng knew what these 2 guys were capable of from Shui Tianyuan. Now that he has enough grasp of the opponent's abilities, Zheng Feng will be relatively relaxed if he deals with the 2 of them next. The 2 people also walked up to Zheng Feng at this moment. Without paying anything in advance, the 2 of them just started working together. Zheng Feng, who knew what their abilities were, found an excellent position the moment they took action. Directly dodged the attacks of 2 people. Both of them were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect this guy's reaction speed to be so fast. Zheng Feng, who had already hit on the edge at this moment, also caught their stunned moment and chose to take action. Blade Storm. Zheng Feng, of course, knew the opponent's strength from Shui Tianyuan's words a long time ago, so since he wanted to take action now, he naturally had no reservations. Dozens of them flew towards the two people in an instant. The two people were obviously not prepared, and they didn't react until the sword energy was already in front of them. Even though they immediately took action and knocked away some of the sword energy, there were still several sword energy that passed through their bodies. The sword energy directly shredded their clothes, and even left a deep blood mark directly on the surface of their bodies. Is this guy so powerful? He was actually able to dodge and even fight back when faced with a flanking attack from two people. It's incredible. Who is this guy? Why have we never seen him before? I don't know. It seems that he was invited by the city lord. Maybe the city lord can know the details of this guy. A group of people were looking at Zheng Feng, who was taking action with doubts on their faces. I thought that when the two Shui family guys prepared to join forces to attack, Zheng Feng would definitely lose. He might even die here. Who knew that the picture in his imagination did not appear? On the contrary, it was Zheng Feng's counterattack that made these two Shui family members embarrassed. What are you two doing? Hurry up and do it. Everyone is watching you two, stop playing. Get rid of this guy as quickly as possible. The head of the Shui family branch house also shouted angrily at his two men. He naturally knew very well that at this time, the two guys under his command had failed, and in exchange, the masters of these guys were not so invincible. They may even actively try to break through their own blockade on them tonight. Even if they have the name of the Shui family on their heads, they may not care very much. The two guys looked at the scars appearing on their bodies at this moment, and murderous intent flashed in their eyes. They really wanted to have fun with Zheng Feng, but they didn't know that they were injured in just a moment. But just when they were about to make a strong move, it was already too late. At this moment, Zheng Feng's entire body was suspended in midair, and there were countless light spots behind him that were constantly shining. When Shui Tianyuan, who was standing on one side, saw this scene, he quickly reached out his hand and pulled Shui Jingru to the other side. He naturally knew what Zheng Feng's next attack would be. He also wanted to prevent himself and his sister from falling into the aftermath of the attack. The two guys from the Shui family wanted to quickly deal with Zheng Feng, and at this moment Zheng Feng naturally had the same idea. He wanted to quickly deal with these two guys. So just after throwing out the sword energy, he was also ready to activate the 8-foot Magatama. When these two guys looked towards him, Zheng Feng also directly emitted all the light spots behind him. Like fireworks exploding, all the light points flew directly towards the two people, and then exploded violently the moment they touched the surface of their bodies. There were constant explosions, and the two guys were completely engulfed by the light spots in an instant. Some people who were relatively close there did not consider the scope of the explosion that Zheng Feng's attack just now would bring. They were all swept into this explosion at this moment. Although it was just the aftermath of some explosions, it also caused violent air currents to blow through their bodies. Although it was just air blowing by, it still felt like a dagger had been drawn across their cheeks. When the dust settled, the two Shui family members who had originally taken action were now covered in charred black, as if their aura had dropped to an extremely low level. Even if they are exposed to any attack again, the two people may lose their lives at any time. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The two people who came out of the house were killed so easily. The head of the Shui family should have found these two guys just now, right? Their strength should be pretty high. How could they be killed in an instant? I think the young man who just made the move is too strong, and the two of them are no match for him. Yeah, these two guys were killed before they even fully released their abilities. It's too scary. The people on the side also started chattering together about the scene at this moment. In the end, there was only one result, and that was that Zheng Feng was too terrifying. Everyone looked at Zheng Feng with a hint of fear in their eyes. They didn't want to deal with such a terrifying person, and even some people nearby didn't dare to look at Zheng Feng at the moment. After getting rid of those two guys, Zheng Feng then looked towards the head of the Shui family standing over there. Seeing Zheng Feng's gaze at this moment, the head of the Shui family who was actually looking towards him, his expression also changed slightly. Before he could say anything, he spoke first. The people you brought this time are not very strong. If you want to deal with me, you'd better do it yourself. I challenge you now, should you challenge me? If you don't want to accept the challenge, is it because you're afraid of losing badly, or because you simply don't have the guts now? Zheng Feng naturally spoke a little unkindly at this moment. The expression on the face of the head of the Shui family was also green and red at the moment. After all, he is the Shui family. Although he is only the patriarch of the branch family, he is not a young man who can talk and tease at will. Who do you think you are? If you invite me, do I have to accept it? Who are you? What qualifications do you have to speak to me here now? If you want to fight with me, then you have to deal with the city lord here. Then I will naturally fight with you obediently. Naturally, the head of the Shui family did not directly reject the invitation from Zheng Feng. But he put forward a precondition before agreeing. Naturally, everyone around him knew why he said these words at this time. Zheng Feng looked at him with a hint of disdain. I think you should directly agree to his invitation to fight. A voice sounded next to Zheng Feng. When the head of the Shui family looked towards the person who made the voice, his expression naturally changed dramatically in an instant. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on your way back? Why did the people I sent to follow you clearly tell me that you had left the city? The head of the Shui family looked at Shui Tianyuan, who showed up at this moment, and his face was full of disbelief. When Shui Tianyuan left the Shui family, did he find any evidence that the Shui family was domineering? He naturally chose to leave. After leaving, the head of the Shui family immediately followed him with his subordinates. It took a long time for the man to come back and report that Shui Tianyuan had completely left the city. It was precisely because of this that he knew that after his two sons were taken away by the city lord, he had only arrived here with his men now. After all, the only person who could threaten his position has returned. But he never expected that the person who was supposed to go back would appear at the banquet at this moment. Even what he did before was seen by this guy, and even some of his words were listened to. Once this guy brings those things back to my family, he is absolutely doomed. No, we must find a way to kill him here today to prevent him from taking that information back. Even if the other party is the family, what will happen to the future successor? At worst, we can just blame the vicious beasts outside for this matter. Almost in an instant, the head of the Shui family immediately thought of a way to deal with it. At this moment, Shui Tianyuan glanced at the guy's eyes and understood what he was thinking. He didn't tell the matter clearly, he just smiled coldly at the head of the Shui family. Since you have seen me here now, I think you should have heard what I just said. I probably don't want to either. I'll go back and tell my dad what I saw here. As long as you can defeat this guy, I can guarantee that nothing that happens here will spread to my family. Maybe I will even take the initiative to help you hide some things. At what Shui Tianyuan said at this moment, the eyes of the head of the Shui family suddenly became a little twinkling. Although he didn't know whether what this guy said was true, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he naturally wanted to give it a try. You said this yourself. I hope you will remember what you said when the time comes. Rather than choosing to doubt, it is better to try it first. If it succeeds, it will be much easier than killing the future master of the family. Especially when the time comes, maybe I can actually make a deal with the future head of the family. Thinking of this, he nodded happily, and then looked towards Zheng Feng. Boy, come and compete with me. I want to see how strong you are, but don't be beaten to the ground by me in a short while. At this moment, the head of the Shui family naturally has absolute confidence. Although there were two of his subordinates just now, they were solved by this young man. But it would only take a matter of minutes for him to deal with those two men. I wasn't in a hurry to agree just now, mainly because I was worried that if something went wrong, it would be bad to lose face. At this moment, he was naturally eager to fight. Zheng Feng also glanced at Shui Tianyuan. At this moment, Shui Tianyuan just patted him on the shoulder. There was no need to worry about anything else. As for the abilities of the head of the Shui family, Shui Tianyuan did not tell Zheng Feng. At this time, Zheng Feng naturally didn't ask anything. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. It would be best if you could know it in advance. If you don't know it in advance, you will know it later when you fight. As he spoke, everyone around them made way for an absolutely large space for the two of them. Boy, I will definitely kill you within 10 moves. Let you see the true power of our Shui family. After saying that, the head of the Shui family immediately made a provocative move towards Zhang Feng. Then he directly released his ability. It seemed that he was worried that he would be in the same situation as the two men just now, so he directly summoned the 8 spears in front of him as soon as he came up. 8 spears, each spear is completely black. There was a dark light shining above. One shot is enough to break it. After saying this, one of the 8 spears suspended in front of the head of the Shui family flew directly towards Zhang Feng. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zhang Feng. However, the spear did not penetrate Zhang Feng's body directly, but fell directly in front of him. The tip of the spear directly pierced the floor of the banquet hall. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown. With such a good opportunity, this guy just thrust the spear in front of him. But he soon felt something was wrong. This guy obviously did this on purpose. The spear that pierced into the floor instantly caused a lot of black lightning to appear. A shot is called a lock. Then the second spear also flew out directly. The spear fell towards the position behind Zhang Feng. The black lightning released from the original spear was also attracted by the second spear. A cage made entirely of black lightning locked Zhang Feng tightly inside. Glancing at the black lightning lingering around him, Zhang Feng also frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand and felt the power of the black lightning. Just a touch, and a heart-pounding pain instantly passed through all the limbs of his body. One shot is called chase. Another sound. The third spear flew out instantly. It's just that the spear disappeared after flying out. Everyone is following the trace of this spear at this moment. Only Zhang Feng was staring closely at the black lightning in front of him. He knew where the spear that just flew out went. Among the black lightning in front of me. At this moment, in the black lightning in front of Zhang Feng, countless small spears are constantly traveling along the lines of lightning. Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on these black spears. In the next second, one of the spears was peeled off from the black lightning and shot towards the center of his eyebrows. But it's not fast. When Zhang Feng saw this long gun being shot towards him, he even moved slightly. Since he had dodged the spear attack so easily, he had obviously dodged the spear's attack, but a trace of pain instantly appeared between his eyebrows. What is going on? Zhang Feng also looked confused at this moment. The spear that just stuck out from the power grid didn't hit him. Why is there a pain in the center of my eyebrows at this moment? This thing is really too weird. Naturally, the head of the Shui family who was standing opposite Zhang Feng didn't give him any chance to breathe. The fourth spear disappeared from in front of him. The power grid that had originally trapped Zhang Feng was now filled with dense spear points. After the fourth spear disappeared, the tips of the spears in these power grids have also become sharper. Even the frequency of attacks has increased a lot. Zhang Feng only felt that he was completely surrounded by these short spear points at this moment. Although there were no injuries on his body, there were constant tingling sensations that scratched the skin from certain locations. If he continues like this, he is afraid that he will really suffer a heavy blow here. Zhang Feng still didn't find out how the Shui family head's attack landed on him. There was no other way. Zhang Feng had no choice but to activate elementalization at this moment. In just an instant, his entire body turned into a yellow light curtain, appearing within the power grid. The head of the Shui family, looking at Zhang Feng in this state, just stared at him coldly. The remaining 4 spears in front of him showed no signs of disappearing again. Zhang Feng, who had transformed into his elemental state, was naturally trying to get out of the power grid at this moment. But I don't know why, even at this moment, he has completed the elementalization. The entire body has become unable to be targeted by physical attacks. But the pain caused by those spear points still continues here. Even at this time, he could clearly feel new injuries appearing on his body. Especially those power grids. He tried it and found that he still couldn't walk through them at this moment. Did I really meet a guy who completely restrained himself today? Shui Tianyuan, who was standing next to him, was frowning tightly as he looked at Zhang Feng. On our side, we have information about the head of the branch house, but there is no detailed description of that guy's abilities. It seems that my family is not very clear about it either. However, the grade evaluation given is extremely high, and it can even be ranked in the top 10 of the family's ability level strength. Seeing Zhang Feng's painful expression at this moment, Shui Tianyuan couldn't help but become worried. Is this guy really going to lose to the owner of this branch house? This was the first time that he thought about whether Zhang Feng would lose. Although the people around him didn't know what happened, they looked at Zhang Feng's appearance at this moment. They can also roughly understand who has the upper hand in the battle between the two. Who is at a disadvantage? The strength of the head of the Shui family is indeed not just a boast. Yes, he is a bit powerful. It seems that this young man is going to suffer a lot this time. Suffering. I feel like the head of the Shui family wants to kill him right here. Naturally, among the people who were discussing around him, some people had such thoughts at this time. As for the head of the Shui family, he indeed had such thoughts in his heart. The Zhang Feng in front of him has already defeated the two men around him, so his strength is naturally not weak. Moreover, he seems to be very close to the young master of this family at the moment. If he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become a great help to our young master. When the time comes, it may even affect your own plans. He will never allow such a thing to happen. Thinking so, he also narrowed his eyes slightly. In front of him, Zhang Feng, who still maintained his elemental state, could clearly feel the increasing pain in his body at this moment. In just a few breaths, he felt as if all his limbs had been severed. He couldn't help shouting even after setting it up. The ability of the head of the Shui family is too strange, right? Zhang Feng could clearly feel that he seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. It was also at the last moment that he chose not to look around at the spear that was attacking him. He also looked towards the head of the Shui family standing over there. Take a deep breath, since you have no way to defend yourself against the opponent's attack. It doesn't mean that I can't attack him. The best defense is often offense. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng still did not rush to unlock the elementalization on his body, but only condensed a fist-sized light spot in front of him. From that light spot, a straight line of light was ejected instantly. The light flew directly towards the head of the Shui family. This kid finally knows that blind defense is no longer enough. Are you ready to change your battle strategy? It should be so. As long as this guy's attack can be successful, he should be able to defeat the head of the family. But I still have reservations about whether this guy really has a solution. Seeing Zhang Feng's actions at this moment, everyone on the side started talking carefully. For them, it is still unknown whether Zhang Feng's attack at this time is really effective. The head of the Shui family in the distance also smiled lightly when he saw Zhang Feng's attack on him at this moment. The 4 spears that were still in front of him now directly formed a shield in front of him. The attack Zhang Feng just made was directly blocked by the shield. It is precisely because of the resistance of this shield that Sister Hu's Shui family did not suffer any harm. In other words, Zhang Feng's attack at this moment did not have any effect. When people around him saw that Zhang Feng's attack was in vain, they all let out a sigh of regret. They all knew that as long as Zhang Feng failed this time, there would be no other better way. Of the 8 spears summoned by the head of the Shui family, 4 should be used for attack, and the other 4 are only used for defense. His ability is both offensive and defensive, and he is already in an undefeated position in this game. When Pearl saw the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but frown. He was hesitating whether he should take action to save Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng needs to be involved in his next plan. If something really happened to Zhang Feng here, then the original plan would be temporarily shelved, and he would not even be able to explain it to the school. Zhang Feng didn't pay too much attention to his attack at this time, and it didn't have any effect. Just when he launched his attack, all his attention was on the head of the Shui family in front of him. It was precisely because of this that he discovered something that surprised him. After his attention was distracted from himself, the pain he felt originally disappeared. It seems that those pains will continue to stimulate my nerves and senses only when I notice them. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng simply didn't care about any pain on his body, and he also released his elementalization. Seeing Zhang Feng, who had released his elemental state at this moment, everyone around him was stunned. Naturally, they don't know what is going to do. Zhang Feng, who returned to his physical state, ignored the power grid in front of him and walked out. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this scene. What on earth is this kid going to do now? Doesn't he want to live? I don't know, He must have discovered something, right? It seems that he can defeat the attack of the head of the Shui family, right? At this moment, Zheng Feng walked directly through the power grid connected by the two spears. Just as he thought before, those power grids were naturally unable to cause any harm to him. Just don't focus on it. At this moment, the head of the Shui family naturally understood Zheng Feng's intention, but it was already too late. At this moment, Zheng Feng has completely walked out of the ground grid, and is only 2 steps away from where he is standing. The 4 spears that originally flew out as an attack now returned to him. Zheng Feng naturally stretched out his hand and punched him directly at this moment. A dull sound sounded. Zheng Feng's punch naturally only hit the shield in front of the Shui family head. A crack was directly blasted out by Zheng Feng. The people around him were naturally shocked again. This is not a simple punch. You must know that his current attack does not even have any effect. On the contrary, the punch thrown out at this time directly broke through the defense of the head of the Shui family. At this moment, the head of the Shui family was naturally shocked. The 4 spears that he had originally released returned to him in an instant. The 8 spears were reorganized into a huge defensive network, protecting him firmly in the middle. Zheng Feng didn't hold anything back at the scene in front of him. He immediately raised a shining ball of light directly between his hands. The ball of light was gradually raised above his head. Vitality bomb. The people around him could only see the light spot at this moment, and they could feel the powerful power brewing within it. Even the head of the Shui family felt it at this time. If he took this blow forcibly, he would definitely die here. But in front of everyone, it was difficult for him to escape from here. If he really escaped, then everyone would naturally laugh. There was no other way. He was originally only prepared to defend, but now he had no choice but to re-enter the offensive position. Hurry up and get rid of this guy before he attacks. Although the idea is good, even the head of the Shui family is preparing to attack at this time. But it felt like there was no way to affect Zheng Feng's next attack. Several spears flew straight towards Zheng Feng, but they had already come into contact with the vitality bullets thrown from Zheng Feng's hand halfway. The attacks of the 2 people merged together instantly, and the spears thrown by the head of the Shui family were instantly annihilated. The released ability is destroyed, which is naturally a huge damage to the ability user. The head of the Shui family immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. But Zheng Feng's attack had not ended at this time, and he was still approaching the head of the Shui family. Seeing that Zheng Feng's attack was about to fall on him, the head of the Shui family had no choice but to avoid it. It was because of his avoidance at this time that he failed in this competition. All go, the head of the Shui family really lost. Who is this kid? No, I have to hurry up and pick out all his information. To be able to directly defeat the head of the Shui family, in this city, I can probably count them on one hand. This guy's strength is really terrifying. Everyone was looking at Zheng Feng with awe. Shui Tianyuan, who had been watching the battle on the side, also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. As long as Zheng Feng does not fail, then his next plan can continue. Pearl, who was already ready to help, looked at Zheng Feng with a smile. In fact, the happiest person is Chen Qingji. Naturally, he had established a good relationship with Zheng Feng early on, especially now. Zheng Feng had directly defeated the heads of the Shui family. It's not like I recognized this big brother in vain. At this moment, the head of the Shui family naturally looked at Zheng Feng angrily. Tonight, his face was completely ruined. He, a dignified head of the Shui family, actually lost to a young man. It is really impossible to accept this fact. At this moment, the look in his eyes towards Zheng Feng was naturally filled with murderous intent. But there were so many people watching from the side, so it was hard for him to take action directly. Quote. Since you lost the competition, do you have to pay the price now? At this time, Shui Tianyuan also asked the head of the Shui family. The head of the Shui family's gaze also instantly shifted to Shui Tianyuan's face. What do you want to do, kid? He knew very well that this guy had no good intentions when he encouraged him to compete with Zheng Feng. But when he agreed at that time, he thought that he would not make too big a mistake in dealing with Zheng Feng, and that he would not fail like he did now. Now that he has lost, this guy's true colors will be completely exposed. Just like what he was thinking at the moment. Shui Tianyuan sneered and walked up to him. Since you have lost now, it's time to hand over the Shui family in your hands. You should not continue to hold this position as the head of the Shui family. You are no longer qualified to remain in this position. Shui Tianyuan said this very simply, without any intention of saying it alone in private. Zhao Li Zhao, you think you can order me? Quote. At this moment, the head of the Shui family naturally asked a question. At this moment, when the head of the Shui family asked back, Shui Tianyuan just smiled faintly. It's true that I'm just a young boy now. I can't make you do anything. But don't forget who I am. What I can't let you do doesn't mean that no one among the family heads can let you do it. What your branch house has done here, I have already passed back to my family, and my father has now received the images I passed back to him. Believe it or not, early tomorrow morning, there will be news from my family telling you to get out of the Shui family branch house. When Shui Tianyuan said these words, he naturally did not save any face for the head of the Shui family. After listening to Shui Tianyuan's narration, Mr. Shui's family angrily pointed at him with his finger. How dare you kid do such a thing? Naturally, he didn't continue talking about what happened next. In fact, even if you say it, there is no way to change any of the already determined results at this moment. This time it probably fell into the hands of these guys. Okay, you are cruel enough. I want to see what will happen to your Shui family after I am kicked out of the branch house here. Let me get out of here now and hand over my 2 children, otherwise don't blame me for continuing to attack you. Speaking of this, the aura of the head of the Shui family suddenly sank. Several spears that were originally damaged due to Zheng Feng's attack were now restored to their original state. The aura on his body was also instantly ready for battle. Shui Tianyuan immediately turned around and glanced at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng's momentum at this moment is actually not as strong as before. It seems that the previous battle has also taken a toll on him, and he should not be able to participate in the battle in a short time. Seeing that the head of the Shui family seemed to be going crazy at this moment, the city lord also walked out immediately. I will naturally ask people to release those 2 children. You can see them when you go back. Just like Master Shui said just now, since you have been removed from the Shui family, from now on, I don't want to see anything about you here. If you still let me see you, then I'm sorry, don't blame me for fulfilling my duties as the city lord. The city lord naturally stopped in front of the head of the Shui family with a serious face at this moment. His eyes were also scarlet at the moment, and it seemed that as long as the guy in front of him didn't agree to what he just said, he would take action. I came here to cause trouble just to save my 2 children. Now that the city lord has agreed to release him, he will naturally not waste any more time here. He quickly restrained his abilities, snorted coldly at everyone present, and left the clinic banquet hall with the people he had originally brought. The city lord didn't care what kind of thing this guy would do next. Although the big guy does have some strength, it is definitely not enough in front of his own level. If he hadn't been worried about the Shui family behind him before, like what he had just done, he could have been killed directly. After the head of the Shui family left in despair with his men, the city lord naturally said a few words of embarrassment to the guests attending the banquet. I'm really sorry, I just made everyone laugh. It's getting late now, so everyone should go back quickly, so as not to worry the people at home. As for what happened tonight, I hope you won't say anything more when you go back. Regarding what the city lord said at this moment, the guests present naturally understood what it meant. After what happened here, no one who attended tonight's banquet stayed here anymore. As for the 2 sons of the head of the Shui family who were brought here before, the city lord also released them as he said before. Those 2 people were actually locked in a certain room at this banquet. They also heard what was happening outside. In this way, I also know that my father lost to the guy who went to find trouble last time. When the 2 people came out of the house, they naturally saw Zheng Feng still standing at the door and not leaving in a hurry. The 2 of them were like mice seeing a cat. They dared to continue looking, lowered their heads and hurriedly got out of the door. Seeing these 2 guys just leaving, Zheng Feng naturally didn't say anything. There were only 4 people left in this banquet hall: Zheng Feng, Shui Tianyuan, Shui Jingru and the city lord. Let's leave things as they are today. Anyway, I will inform you of the specific situation tomorrow. I will screen some of them first, and then the remaining suspects will be handed over to you too. After all, it's really hard for us to come forward. It should be relatively easy for you two to come forward. Before leaving, the city lord still gave instructions to the two of them. Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan naturally nodded together. After the two people left here, Shui Tianyuan naturally asked Zheng Feng on the way back. Do you think the head of the Shui family who you fought against before could be one of the spies? Regarding this question, Zheng Feng frowned and did not give any detailed answer. If he really wanted to ask him to determine whether the other party was a spy, he still didn't know. After all, he couldn't find anything from the previous battles. Seeing Zheng Feng's appearance at this moment, Shui Tianyuan stopped asking further. Regarding the matter about the head of the Shui family, he has actually told his father, and then it depends on how the family handles it. Should we continue to allow this guy to serve as the patriarch of the branch house here, or should he be removed from his position and replaced by someone else? The final decision still has to be made after everyone in the family discusses it together. The group of people naturally returned to the location where Zheng Feng lived before. As Shui Tianyuan said before, he also asked for a room directly next to Zheng Feng. There was originally another room, but thinking that someone might attack Shui Jingru, they finally decided that Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan would live together, and Shui Jingru would live in another room. After a few people came back, they simply washed up, closed their doors, and began to rest. In the middle of the night, Shui Tianyuan, who was sleeping on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes. Zheng Feng, who was sleeping on the bed, also followed suit. Naturally, both of them sensed that something was not quite right in the room next door. The two of them didn't hesitate at all. They opened the door of their room and started knocking on the door of Shui Jingru's room. The knocks on the door kept ringing, but no one in the house opened the door. Shui Tianyuan's expression changed instantly, and he shouted directly to the back of the door. Sister, what happened? Sister, are you still in there? Shui Tianyuan naturally asked anxiously into the room. But there was no sound at all in the house at the moment. Naturally, Shui Tianyuan immediately turned around and glanced at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng frowned slightly and motioned for Shui Tianyuan to stand aside at this moment. When Shui Tianyuan gave way, Zheng Feng was not polite. He raised his foot and kicked Shui Jingbao's door. The room was dark. Shui Tianyuan walked in first and turned on the light switch on the side. The room was lit up instantly, but Shui Jingru could still be seen at this time. The room was empty at the moment, with only the facing window open. Who was Shui Jingru supposed to have been taken away by? Shui Tianyuan ran to the window in an instant, stretched out his head, and looked around. It seemed that they just wanted to find some traces of Shui Jingru being taken away from here. It's a pity that he looked here for a long time, but still didn't see anything. Don't let me know who you are, or I will crush you to ashes. At this moment, Shui Tianyuan naturally said something harshly. The one who came in late also noticed what seemed to be a note on the table. He walked over and picked up the note and took a look at it. If you want to change this woman back, it's still the same as before. I'll wait for you at the same place. After seeing the content on this note, Zheng Feng naturally did the same and quickly called Shui Tianyuan to his side. This is the guy you were talking about last time, right? Okay, let's go, let's leave now. After Shui Tianyuan saw the message left on the note, he immediately asked Zheng Feng to lead the way. It didn't take the two people long to rush to the abandoned bell tower. Just like last time, when Zheng Feng arrived here, he did not find any other aura within his range of perception. The only thing I felt was Shui Jingru's CCAG breath. But this time he didn't rush in, but looked at Shui Tianyuan beside him. Shui Tianyuan immediately understood the meaning of Zheng Feng's look. He nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Extend the range of what you can perceive to the maximum extent. Soon Shui Tianyuan stood up again. However, Shui Tianyuan, who stood up at this time, also shook his head helplessly at Zheng Feng. I still didn't feel anyone else's presence here. Go in first. Although I still don't know who that guy is, at least I have to rescue Shui Jingru first. Zheng Feng looked at Shui Tianyuan at this moment and said. Shui Tianyuan nodded, and the two of them immediately walked towards the bell tower. Naturally, the interior of the bell tower has not changed much. There are even traces of the last time Zheng Feng came here to rescue Zhang Shui'er. Naturally, Shui Jingru, like Zhang Shui'er, was also thrown on the third floor of the bell tower. Just like last time, Zheng Feng flew directly to the third floor, but this time Shui Tianyuan was right beside him. When passing by the second floor, I didn't find the same thing as last time. It should be that the guy just put Shui Jingru here, before he had time to set up some traps or something. Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan naturally saw Shui Jingru who was trapped there at a glance. But Shui Jingru seemed to be in a comatose state at this time. The chains that tied him this time were completely different from the last time. Shui Tianyuan originally wanted to go directly, but was stopped by Zheng Feng. Be careful, that guy will never let you rescue Shui Jingru so easily. I understand how you feel, but things can change in a hurry. Be careful, don't fail to rescue him when the time comes, and end up putting the two of us in trouble. Shui Tianyuan calmed down a little after Zheng Feng said this. The two of them stood there and carefully observed everything around them. After not finding anything too dangerous, the two of them just slowly approached Shui Jingru. Just when the two of them were about to touch Shui Jingru, red lines like 8 trigrams did appear on the ground. These lines look extremely mysterious and complex. Even in the perception of Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan, even if the other party is standing in front of them, all the aura has disappeared completely. Let's play a game. A ghostly voice sounded in their ears at this moment. In 3 seconds you will be randomly transported into a strange world. As long as you can come back here within 3 hours, even if I lose, you can take me away, and the same thing will not happen in the future. If you don't come back here within 3 hours, it will be considered as your defeat. Then the 3 of you will die here together. Timing begins. Hearing the ghostly voice, Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan's faces were full of surprise. There is indeed another person here. And even though they were very careful, they still fell into the trap. The two looked at each other, but soon their eyes became firm. Although they didn't know exactly what they were going to face next, they were both confident that they would return to this place within 3 hours. When the 3-second countdown ended, the entire scene immediately changed in front of their eyes. At this moment, Zheng Feng found that he was standing in the middle of a jungle. There are extremely tall trees in front of you, and the ground is scattered with many bushes growing there. There seemed to be signs of other biological activity all around, and from time to time there would be a tremor in the bushes. Zheng Feng was naturally rude. All abilities in the body are released. It was a violent bombardment all around. He originally thought that the scene he saw now was an illusion, and this method could quickly break through the illusion. After a series of indiscriminate bombardments, he realized that the scenes around him seemed to be real objects. It's not because of the virtuality created by the environment. This is difficult to do. He didn't even know where he was now. If he wanted to rush back to the bell tower, it would be too late to rush back in 3 hours. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Feng also forced himself to calm down. I can't see clearly where I am now, but when I raise my head, it's daylight, which means there may be some place in this world where I can quickly get to the bell tower. Basket for fruits. Start observing everything around you carefully. And just because he had just bombarded indiscriminately, he naturally attracted the attention of many people in the jungle. It passed about 5 or 6 minutes. Zheng Feng felt that a few guys were staring at him. They hid themselves in the bushes in the distance. At this moment, they only showed a pair of eyes, looking at themselves. I looked roughly towards that direction and saw 6 ferocious beasts. The levels should all be around level 4. They were not very powerful, so Zheng Feng didn't want to care about them. He was still searching for a place where he could return to the original bell tower according to his original ideas. But those ferocious beasts did not give up staring at Zheng Feng. It was discovered that Zheng Feng's attention was not on them at the moment, and the ferocious beasts also exchanged a few words with each other in low voices, using some special words between them. Even if Zheng Feng heard it, he didn't know what they were communicating. After the exchange between these ferocious beasts, they rushed out of the bushes together. Their target is also very clear, which is Zheng Feng, who is searching for something. During the sprint, the 6 ferocious beasts each opened their big mouths, and dots of light began to condense in the middle of their mouths. Obviously they are preparing to hunt Zhang Feng here. Even if he didn't pay attention to these ferocious beasts, Zhang Feng could sense them the moment they started attacking. Although he didn't turn around to look at them at the moment. With his own perception ability, Zhang Feng could also feel the speed approaching him. Dealing with this attack is relatively simple. Zhang Feng turned around and waved his hand gently. 12 rays of sword energy flew out from his palm in an instant and hit those light balls directly. The ball of light was instantly disintegrated, but the sword energy still existed. He continued to approach those ferocious beasts. Those ferocious beasts felt a little frightened when they saw that their attack was solved so easily. They also know that they have provoked humans who should not be provoked. But it was too late. The speed of those sword energy was extremely fast, and they had no way to avoid it. In the end, he ended up with his head penetrated by sword energy. Zhang Feng was not too excited after he easily dealt with these 6 guys. He was still doing what he should do. Suddenly, a burst of energy changes came from behind, forcing him to turn around and look at the place where the ferocious beasts had fallen. The 6 ferocious beasts that originally fell on the ground turned into a ray of light at this moment. These rays of light merged with each other, transformed into each other, and finally formed 3 different ferocious beasts. These 3 ferocious beasts were regenerated, and their own strength also underwent some changes. Originally only level 4, they have now entered the range of level 5 ferocious beasts. Naturally, the sights of these 3 5th-level ferocious beasts were directed towards Zhang Feng. Naturally, they immediately launched a charge against Zhang Feng. They originally had long-range skill attacks, but now it seems that their attack method has switched to melee combat. The scales on each ferocious beast were shining with a dazzling cold light. It seems that as long as the scales on their bodies are touched, a large piece of skin will be cut directly. Zhang Feng frowned slightly at this moment. This was of course the first time he had encountered this situation. How could the ferocious beasts he had killed before undergo such changes? It should have a lot to do with this space. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng immediately gave up his original search and focused all his attention on these 3 5th-level ferocious beasts. This time, he also chose to completely release the Blade Storm. Dozens of sword energy flew towards that X in an instant. It's a pity that these sword energies cannot harm those ferocious beasts. As soon as it touched the scales on those ferocious beasts, the sword energy was directly ejected. It seems that because the original few ferocious beasts died from the attack of sword energy, these 3 ferocious beasts made important evolutionary choices specifically to defend against sword energy when they were formed. Seeing that his sword energy was unable to penetrate these guys' defenses, Zhang Feng decisively stretched out his hands. Spots of light instantly condensed in the middle of his palm. Zipeliao rays. Dilahum light flow. 2 attacks, one in front and one in back, were directed at the ferocious beasts. Obviously the opponent has developed defenses against competition in the process of evolution, but it still has no defense at all against Zhang Feng's own abilities. The 2 attacks directly engulfed all these ferocious beasts. Their bodies can also be clearly seen, being melted bit by bit. At the end, only a pair of eyes were left staring at Zhang Feng angrily. Zhang Feng, who killed these ferocious beasts again, was not in a hurry to leave. His eyes were still fixed on these guys. Sure enough, just as he had considered before, these 3 ferocious beasts did not completely dissipate after death. Instead, it turned into an energy light body similar to before. The 3 energy light bodies gradually merged with each other, and finally split into 2, creating 2 brand new ferocious beasts. His strength level has also reached the early stage of 6th level. Entering the 6th level of the ferocious beast naturally indicates that he has mastered his own innate ability. The moment these 2 ferocious beasts looked towards Zhang Feng felt that his brain was dizzy. There used to be only 2 ferocious beasts in front of me, but now it seemed like there were hundreds more. The 2 ferocious beasts were overwhelming in front of him. This should be the innate ability mastered by that ferocious beast. Zipeliao rays. Dilahum light flow. It was still the same as before. Although he couldn't tell which of the ferocious beasts in front of him was the real one, Zhang Feng decided to kill them all by force. 2 attacks flew out one after another, frantically bombarding all the ferocious beasts in front of them. It seems that this evolution has not given these 2 ferocious beasts the defensive ability to withstand these 2 skills. Most of the former ferocious beasts were quickly wiped out. But at this moment, Zheng Feng immediately stopped attacking. The attack he just made didn't consume much energy. But at this moment, he felt extremely tired. It even seemed like he had exhausted all his energy. He was breathing heavily, and the numbers of the ferocious beasts in front of him that had been wiped out seemed to have recovered again. I feel that my physical strength is passing away rapidly, and the energy in my body is gradually becoming insufficient. Zheng Feng naturally couldn't attack as fast and violently as before. At this moment, he could only watch as hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed out. He decided to try it out with his own body. His right hand was bitten hard. The moment he felt the pain, Zheng Feng also condensed a ball of light in his hand. He slapped the head of the ferocious beast, biting his arm hard. But unfortunately, the murderer he attacked at this time seemed not to be the real person, but an illusion he created with the help of his own talent. The ferocious beast instantly dissipated into a cloud of smoke after being hit by Zheng Feng's light ball. After knowing that his original planning method could not be carried out successfully, Zheng Feng also made a prompt decision and chose to enter the elemental state. There is no way to successfully find the true form of these two ferocious beasts, trapped in the land. Zheng Feng also had to defend himself. These hundreds of ferocious beasts, even if they were illusions, when they bit him, the feeling they conveyed was real. If one of these hundreds of killers were to bite him, his body might not be able to bear it. Zheng Feng, who entered the elemental state, naturally avoided the ferocious attacks of these ferocious beasts. However, these ferocious beasts also knew that Zheng Feng's elemental state could not last long. Naturally, they did not leave here, and still stayed by Zheng Feng's side. Even if Zheng Feng wants to move from here through his current state, those guys will follow him instantly. There was really no other way, so Zheng Feng had no choice but to move towards high altitude. After flying to such a height that these ferocious beasts could only look up, Zheng Feng prepared to strike with all his strength. He directly exhausted all the energy in his body, and thousands of light spots slowly emerged behind him. 8-foot Magatama. Countless rays of light bombarded the ferocious beasts on the ground. Finally, out of the hundreds of ferocious beasts, there were only 2 left. There were still a lot of light spots left behind him, and Zheng Feng also aimed at the 2 ferocious beasts and bombarded them wildly. After the 2 ferocious beasts were eliminated, the 8-foot Magatama behind Zheng Feng was finally over. However, Zheng Feng was not in a hurry to release his elemental state. He felt something was wrong. When these ferocious beasts were eliminated before, they were destroyed and their bodies would appear in the form of energy crystals. After these 2 last ferocious beasts were eliminated, no energy body appeared. In other words, these 2 guys are probably not the original body. Zheng Feng's gaze naturally glanced around, and his perception level was instantly maximized. Sure enough, he felt 2 weak breaths coming from a bush not far away. After locking on those 2 weak breaths, Zheng Feng immediately flew over there. In the bushes, 2 ferocious beasts, nearly 100 times smaller, were hiding inside. It seems that the ferocious beasts that appeared earlier were all illusions produced after the natural abilities of these 2 guys took off. Mental-type ferocious beasts are often weak in their own strength. So when he discovered these 2 guys, Zheng Feng didn't hold back at all. Kill them directly with all your strength. At the moment when the lives of these 2 ferocious beasts disappeared, 2 energy crystals slowly appeared. This time, Zheng Feng felt relieved. After the 2 energy bodies appeared, they were mixed together again as before. This time, only 1 ferocious beast appeared. His strength has reached the terrifying late 6th level. At this moment, the time has come for Zheng Feng to enter the elemental state. He had to regain his physical state. 1 person and 1 ferocious beast just looked at each other. Neither of them was in a hurry to attack the other. Especially for Zheng Feng, the longer he can delay, the better, so that he can quickly recover some of the energy and body that had previously disappeared. But soon, the ferocious beast saw through his thoughts. The tail behind him quickly whipped towards Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng also reacted immediately and took dozens of steps back, barely able to avoid it. The tail hit the ground where Zheng Feng was originally standing, and an extremely deep ravine slowly appeared. If Zheng Feng hadn't dodged it just now, then such a blow would have probably shattered him to pieces. 0.00. Zheng Feng, who was avoiding, also took a breath of cold air at this moment. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had truly faced a late sixth-order ferocious beast alone. Even at this time, what the other party showed was only his own physical strength, and his natural abilities should not have appeared yet. After several previous experiences with ferocious beasts, Zheng Feng also knew very well that after this guy appeared, his natural abilities would naturally change accordingly. He didn't know exactly what kind of innate ability he had. There wasn't much time for him to think. Because after the vicious beast discovered that its attack was unsuccessful, it did it again. There was another attack. The tail behind him was like a long whip, whipping towards Zheng Feng again. Zheng Feng, who was temporarily unable to enter the elemental state, had no choice but to dodge between the jungles, constantly avoiding the tail's attacks on him. Boom boom boom. There were constant sounds in the jungle. The tall trees were constantly falling towards the surroundings under the attack of the ferocious beast. Zheng Feng, who was as dexterous as a monkey, naturally avoided all these attacks. But because the ferocious beast's attack frequency was getting faster and faster, Zheng Feng's evasive speed obviously couldn't keep up. Just now, the tail of the ferocious beast happened to brush against his face and landed in front of him. Even if he still didn't touch him, the strong wind caused by the big tail's attack caused a bloodstain to appear on his face. Zheng Feng reached out and touched the wound on his face at this moment, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. But he had to dodge again immediately, because the guy's attack came again. The hit on Zheng Feng was still unsuccessful, but at this moment Zheng Feng, who was anxious to avoid, stepped on the air and fell directly from the branch. Zheng Feng, who fell to the ground, naturally had no time to get up and dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the tail of the ferocious beast swung straight towards him. He had no choice but to gather all the energy he had accumulated at this moment in the palm of his hand. A huge ball of light appeared instantly and hit the tail that was swinging down. The surrounding trees were instantly shaken away by the aftermath of the collision. At this moment, Zheng Feng was lying on the ground, and the dust slowly dispersed, revealing a huge blood mark on his chest. He felt that he was being suppressed by the ferocious beast, and he could not move. He naturally knew what kind of strength this ferocious beast was, but he didn't expect that the other party could suppress him so easily. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. He knew that he could no longer contend with this ferocious beast. This time, he had no choice. But soon, he was ready to try again. Zheng Feng suddenly raised his hands above his head, naturally still preparing the energy bomb. The activation of the vitality bomb does not need to rely on his own powerful energy, as long as there is life nearby. A powerful force began to flow through him. Then, Zheng Feng's strength began to grow stronger and stronger. A huge ball of light appeared instantly. Even the momentum of this ferocious beast began to be suppressed, and the ferocious beast that was approaching Zheng Feng had to stop at this moment. At the same time, the huge light ball that appeared in Zheng Feng's hand also slammed towards the ferocious beast. This ferocious beast's entire body seemed to be fixed in place at this moment, unable to dodge at all, so it could only take a hard blow. I saw the huge ball of light hitting the ferocious beast, knocking it backwards and flying out instantly. Then it swallowed the ferocious beast directly. At this moment, Zheng Feng was lying on the ground dying. His current condition could be said to be very bad. There are scars all over the body. At this moment, he was panting a little bit constantly, his eyes fixed on the energy bomb in front of him. Especially the ferocious beast wrapped inside. Zheng Feng's eyes widened instantly. The ferocious beast that had been directly wrapped by the vitality bullet was not completely eliminated at this moment. After all the vitality bombs dissipated, the guy's figure was naturally revealed again. Although it was not directly eliminated, the guy's original thick tail and one arm had obviously been annihilated by the violent energy in the vitality bomb. The other party was obviously seriously injured at this moment. Roar, you human being. The ferocious beast that has entered the late 6th level can naturally speak. Spoken words. I'm going to eat you up right here. At this moment, it seemed to have been severely injured, and the whole body had begun to tremble. But around it, there was countless energy gathering. Obviously, it didn't expect that the human in front of it could cause him such huge harm so easily. Holy crap, you actually have such a powerful power. Zheng Feng was also shocked by the other party's words. although the blow just now caused him serious injuries. But now it seems that he was not injured too. You human being, how dare you hurt me? Die now. This ferocious beast also seemed a little crazy at the moment. At this moment, it has completely ignored the injuries it suffered before. The other party was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Zheng Feng did not hesitate anymore and stood up directly. Then a vitality bullet appeared in his hand and hit the opponent again. The one who faced this vitality bomb did not react and could only passively accept it. Roar! A huge roar came from the mouth of the fierce beast, and its entire body began to tremble continuously. The guy started struggling. When Zheng Feng saw this scene, he was slightly relieved and said that he had collapsed on the ground. Naturally, he has no way to use the vitality bomb, but this beast should be solved soon. Sure enough, it was just as Zheng Feng guessed. The last vitality bomb made him use up all his strength. At this moment, he couldn't even lift his arms, but the result made him very satisfied. The huge body of the extremely angry beast was visibly swallowed up by the vitality bullets and then gradually melted away. When the vitality bombs dissipated, the ferocious beast had disappeared, leaving only the last ball of pure energy floating in the air. At this time, the energy body slowly began to shrink to its original size, then slowly fell from the air, and finally turned into a small stone the size of a fist on the ground. It did not evolve into a ferocious beast again like before. Zheng Feng was not in a hurry to pick up the stone. Instead, he lay on the ground and rested for a while. Only then did he pick up the stone on the ground. On the stone, blood-colored lines were carved on it. Zheng Feng naturally tried to inject his body's ability into the bloody lines. Almost instantly, all those bloody lines lit up. A bloody space door appeared in front of him. This should be the place to go back to, right? Then he took a step forward. He was still thinking about the problem just now, but he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He only saw a blood-red space, like a hell. And he seemed to be in hell, with a figure in it. The man was standing on the other side of the blood-red space gate. However, the picture at this time naturally does not have the calendar to clearly see what that guy looks like. Flames continued to appear all around, but the man turned around and entered the space door on the opposite side. Seeing that the man had entered the opposite space gate at this moment, Zheng Feng naturally hurriedly chased after him. He followed the guy and passed directly through the door. The surrounding scenery naturally changed instantly, and it was no longer the hell-like scene that I saw before. He returned to the third floor of the bell tower. Shui Jingru was still locked to the pillar over there and fell into a coma. Shui Tianyuan was standing next to him at the moment, his eyes fixed on Shui Jingru, his sister in front of him. When did you come back? Seeing that Shui Tianyuan had come back at this moment, Zheng Feng naturally asked in confusion. I didn't expect that the other party would come back faster than me. I'll be back 3 minutes before you. Quote, Shui Tianyuan turned his head and glanced at Zheng Feng. Where's the guy we were talking to before? Obviously we didn't use it for 3 hours, and the guy has already lost. Get out of here right now. Shui Tianyuan was naturally a little angry and shouted around. Just after Shui Tianyuan finished shouting that sentence, the original voice also sounded around. Indeed, your performance this time surprised me. You actually completed the challenge in less than an hour. The guy who was talking at this moment suddenly laughed, and there was even more appreciation in his tone. You are indeed the one I like. You two performed very well indeed. People, you can take me away this time. I will do what I said before. If I lose this time, the same thing will not happen again. But before you leave, I have something else I want to tell you briefly. The person who spoke was still not seen, but his voice could be heard. Since you want to say something to us, just come out. Hidden, who wants to talk to you about something? Shui Tianyuan was naturally a little dissatisfied at this moment and shouted towards the surroundings. The man didn't give any answer to this matter, he just kept talking to himself. Are you two interested in joining our organization? As long as you are willing to join, I can guarantee you that you two will get the best training. We also won't ask you to do tasks you don't want to perform. Do you want to think about it carefully? What the guy said at this moment, Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan naturally frowned together. What does that organization you are talking about do? Talk to us carefully so that we can think carefully about whether to join. After all, it's not an organization that we are all willing to join. After listening to what the man said, Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan were not in a hurry to agree. The man also spoke slowly at this moment. Our organization is not the spy organization you were looking for. The expressions of the two people who heard this changed instantly. Naturally, they didn't tell anyone about their mission here. How did this guy know about it? After all, there are only a few people who know about this mission. Could it be that there is some kind of relationship between this guy and several other guys? The two people who thought of this naturally frowned. If this guy really has some connection with those people, it means that their plan for this mission has been leaked. Some of the actions they perform next will become very dangerous. Don't worry, this is not what I said from some people here. Actually, it was me who helped you find out the spy in the school. In other words, if it weren't for me, you two wouldn't have gotten together at this time. Hearing what the man said at this moment, Zheng and Shui Tianyuan were naturally shocked. Who is the other party? Why did he do this deliberately? Is it just to absorb himself into the organization he belongs to? The starting point of our organization should be something you two can understand. We want to create a world where only able people exist. Those who have no awakening ability or whose ability and quality are too low should not continue to live in this world. They are not qualified to enjoy the world that we have bought with all our flesh and blood and death. The guy's tone obviously became extremely serious when he said these words. But Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan immediately changed their expressions after hearing what he said at this moment. I don't think the two of us will join your organization. Shui Tianyuan said this bluntly. Oh, is it so? There's no need to rush to conclusions. After hearing Shui Tianyuan's answer, the man immediately followed suit. No need. No matter when, neither of us will join such an organization. You have to be careful, don't let me find out who you are. People in your organization had better be careful, otherwise I will definitely let you accept sanctions when the time comes. Shui Tianyuan also said in a cold tone at this moment. Zheng Feng naturally didn't know what was going on, but at this moment he obviously knew that he had no way to participate in the conversation between the two people, so he simply acted as a mute. Okay, I guess there's nothing left to talk about between us. I took him away. I hope you can remember the promise you just made and stop doing such meaningless things. As for the organization you mentioned, I advise all of you to be careful. After Shui Tianyuan said this, he also took the initiative to walk towards Shui Jingru. The man didn't make any answer at this moment, and seemed to have left from here. Naturally, Shui Tianyuan was not blocked by any means and rescued Shui Jingru from the eyeball. After confirming that there were no problems, the three of them immediately left the bell tower. On the way, Zheng Feng naturally looked at Shui Tian curiously. Yuan asked about that organization. Judging from what they just said, Shui Tianyuan seems to have a certain understanding of that organization. Shui Jingru was already asleep in Shui Tianyuan's arms. After hearing Zheng Feng's inquiry, Shui Tianyuan shook his head helplessly. I advise you not to have any contact with that organization. The guys who came into that organization were crazy people who would do what is happening to you and me. Quote, they're guys who can be ruthless in order to achieve something. If you join them you will either be assimilated or they will kill you secretly. After Zheng Feng heard what Shui Tianyuan said at this moment, he naturally frowned. Judging from what Shui Tianyuan just said, that organization is indeed not a good thing. Especially after the guy introduced what their organization did before, Zheng Feng was actually a little disgusted. After all, what that guy said was too anti-human. Why should those who have no awakening ability or have low abilities have to die? I think we need to tell Teacher Chen about this matter tonight. Since that organization is targeting two of us, it is very likely that they are also targeting the remaining 3 people. Those 3 people are on the battlefield right now. The probability of those guys coming into contact with them is much higher than the chance of coming into contact with the 2 of us. Regarding what Shui Tianyuan said at this moment, Zheng Feng immediately nodded in agreement. The 3 of them returned to their accommodation. Although the guy said before that after losing the bet, he would not do anything similar again. But the 2 of them were still a little worried. The 2 of them did not put Shui Jingru back in the original room, but in the room where they rested. Shui Jingru was lying on the bed, and the 2 of them were guarding the sides. When Shui Jingru woke up from bed early the next morning, she found herself in Zheng Feng's room, so she was naturally a little surprised. After looking around, she quickly discovered Zheng Feng and her brother sitting by the bed, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed not to remember what happened last night. Soon Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan also found that Shui Jingru had woken up. They were not in a hurry to say what happened last night, but just looked at Shui Jingru. The two people stared at Shui Jingru, which naturally made her a little confused. Knowing that she didn't remember what happened last night, the two of them had no intention of telling her. After simply having breakfast downstairs, Tianyuan also called him to attention. Both of us basically have our own things to do today. What should my sister do? If we are not with her, she may have another accident. How about you take her with you? Feng was naturally hesitant about Shui Tianyuan's proposal at this moment. After all, the task he was going to perform today was not in such a safe situation. If he gets into a fight by then, it is very likely that Shui Jingru will be swept into it. Just when he was hesitant, Chen Qingji also arrived early in the morning. After seeing Zheng Feng, Chen Qingji also quickly waved his hand in this direction. Brother, I'm here. Master Shui, you are here too. My dad asked me to help you complete your mission today. Is there anything you want me to do? Hearing what Chen Qingji said at this moment, Zheng Feng's eyes naturally lit up instantly. I was worried that no one could help take care of Shui Jingru, and this guy came running over. Although Chen Qingji himself is not very powerful, who wants him to have a father who is a city lord? Looking at Chen Qingji, who was looking at him expectantly at this moment, Zheng Feng also directly entrusted him with the task of taking care of Shui Wanyi. After hearing that he had to take care of Shui Jingru, Chen Qingji was naturally very excited. Brother, just relax and leave your sister-in-law to me. After you complete the task, I promise sister-in-law that I will return every cent to you. No one here in Xinfang City can bully my sister-in-law from my hands. Chen Qingji naturally patted his chest at this moment and promised Zheng Feng a few words. What he said at this moment was somewhat exaggerated. Zheng Feng just smiled slightly, but he didn't care too much about it. After all, everyone in Xinfang City, if they meet Chen Qingji now, will not be too hostile to him for the sake of his father, the city lord. Even if there were, I wouldn't dare to do anything to hurt him on the street. After all, there will still be troops patrolling the city belonging to the city lord. After handing Shui Jingru over to Chen Qingji's care, Zheng Feng and Shui Tianyuan also left the accommodation together. Earlier last night, the city lord had actually sent a list of possible spies to the two of them. Their mission today is also very simple. They just need to follow one of the people on the list and pay attention to whether he has done anything consistent with his identity as a spy. Any guy who might be a spy is dangerous in himself, let alone those who keep an eye on them. Both of them also made certain preparations before starting to act. Once they discover that the person they are following is a spy, the two people will immediately contact each other. And he will also notify the city lord, who will provide immediate support. After making the decision, the two of them each found someone they wanted to keep an eye on. Zheng Feng naturally found his goal very quickly. Zheng Feng didn't find anything after following that guy. He was the main characteristic of a spy. Naturally, spies would not be exposed casually, so Zheng Feng could only continue to stare at the guy. Most of the day passed, and in the blink of an eye it was already the afternoon of the day. The guy walked right into a cafe. Zheng Feng originally wanted to go in with him, but the cell phone in his pocket rang. Zheng Feng, where are you now? Chen Qingji is in trouble, come here quickly. The caller was Shui Jingru. Zheng Feng naturally frowned when he heard the news. He originally asked Chen Qingji to take care of Shui Jingru so that nothing would happen to Shui Jingru. The result is good now. Shui Jingru did not have any accident, but Chen Qingji himself did. Where are you now? I'll be right away. Zheng Feng also heard on the phone at this moment. There was some noise on the other end of the phone. Shui Jingru naturally told Zheng Feng her current location. 10 minutes later, Zheng Feng naturally saw Shui Jingru standing outside a shop. What happened? Coming to Shui Jingru's side, Zheng Feng naturally asked anxiously. He looked up and down. He didn't see any damage on Shui Wanyi's body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I actually don't know. You asked Chen Qingji to take care of me today, and he said he would take me out for a walk. We were originally looking at something in this store, but 5 people came out of nowhere and pushed him aside. Chen Qingji naturally resisted and said that he was the son of the city lord, but those 5 guys seemed to ignore him at all. I guess those 5 people are still inside tampering with him. You should go in quickly before anything happens to Chen Qingji. After listening to what Shui Wanyi said at this moment, Zheng Feng also looked directly towards the store. Although he didn't know why someone dared to attack him after knowing Chen Qingji's identity. But at this moment, he did see 5 strong men forcing Chen Qingji into a corner and constantly attacking him. These 5 people attacked very frequently, and Chen Qingji's body was already bruised at this moment. Although Chen Qingji was already begging for mercy at this time, the 5 people still had no intention of stopping. Zheng Feng immediately snorted and walked directly into the store. Without the slightest hesitation, Zheng Feng reached out and grabbed the collars of the 5 people and threw them out of the store one by one. The 5 people, without exception, all fell to the ground hard and then got up quickly. They were still the same as before, seeming to want to return to the store and continue to attack Chen Qingji. At this moment, Zheng Feng also noticed that there was something wrong with these 5 guys. Their eyes are obviously different from those of normal people. Everyone's eyes were extremely dull. Even the whites of his eyes have completely disappeared. There were only dark pupils left in the eyes, which looked extremely strange. Even when these guys kept attacking Chen Qingji just now, they didn't release their abilities. They just relied on their own physical strength to continuously attack arbitrarily. What do you want to do? Don't you know this guy's identity? Looking at the 5 people who continued to walk in, Zheng Feng naturally tried to ask. But these guys didn't give any answer at all, they just continued to move forward like zombies. Even if one of the guys had bumped into Zheng Feng, he did not choose to avoid it, but continued to move forward with Zheng Feng in his arms. There is definitely something wrong with these guys. After frowning, Zheng Feng immediately looked towards Shui Jingru and said, "You should also call your elder brother now." After saying this, Zheng Feng also took action directly, and all 5 people including Bian were thrown out of the store again. Before these guys could stand up completely, Zheng Feng had already arrived beside them. Without any hesitation, he raised his leg and crushed all the thighs of these 5 guys. Even though their legs were trampled off, these 5 guys still struggled to get up. If it were an ordinary person, they would have screamed in pain at this moment, but these guys didn't even hum at all. It's just a pity that although they tried hard to stand up, the bones in their legs were shattered and there was no way to support them. So it seemed like these 5 guys kept trying to stand up, but fell down as soon as they got up. It seemed that they couldn't feel any fatigue or pain. These 5 guys were like puppets on strings, constantly repeating the instructions given to them by someone. Those who were originally going to watch the show kept retreating when they saw this strange scene. They are naturally afraid that these guys will change their goals and they will go over. What happened to these guys? Why did they suddenly become like this? Who knows what happened to these guys? These guys kept attacking Chen Qingji, and it seemed like it was done by someone who hated Chen Qingji to the core. Although the people around were a little scared, they still couldn't stop them from talking around. Zheng Feng naturally didn't make any other moves, he just stood aside and waited for Shui Tianyuan to come here. There were some things that he didn't know clearly, but Shui Tianyuan might be able to get some clues by relying on his own abilities. Soon, after receiving Shui Jingru's notice, Shui Tianyuan also rushed to this place. When he came to Zheng Feng, he naturally asked about what happened before. Zheng Feng said briefly, and Tianyuan's eyes fell directly on these 5 people. His brows soon furrowed, these 5 guys were too weird. Naturally, he couldn't see what was going on with the naked eye. There was no way, in order to find out what happened to these guys, Bai Tianyuan naturally walked towards one of them. He immediately released his ability and assimilated. Soon Shui Tianyuan's body disappeared, and the eyes of the guy who had originally been extremely dull suddenly became clear. Under Shui Tianyuan's control, he stretched out his hands and looked at them continuously. Soon, the guy's eyes became confused again. Shui Tianyuan, who had disappeared beside him, reappeared at this moment. Shui Tianyuan's ability naturally ended at this moment. Zheng Feng took advantage of the situation and looked towards Shui Tianyuan. Facing the questioning look from Zheng Feng, Shui Tianyuan shook his head helplessly. I don't see anything in this guy's body. It shouldn't be someone controlling these people through some medium. If they don't find something in his body, they're left with one possibility. As he spoke, Shui Tianyuan also stretched out his hand and pointed at his head. If you can have this kind of control over these guys, the only way is to control their brains. And if you want to control the brain, you must be controlling their mind. The person who can do this should be a spiritual type ability user, and his ability level is not low. The opponents they encountered this time did not seem to be easy to solve. The most important thing is that a spiritual ability user can control things from a long distance. Depending on the level of abilities he possesses, there will naturally be a certain range of distance that he can control. How far can you figure out? Zheng Feng also asked Shui Tianyuan. Shui Tianyuan thought about this question for a while and then said, according to the information I have, if it is an A-level ability user, its control range should be within 50 meters. If it is level 5 or SS, then its control range is likely to exceed 100 meters, but it will definitely not exceed 1000 meters. If it is the strongest SSS level, it is possible to reach tens of thousands of meters. Facing Shui Tianyuan's introduction at this moment, Zheng Feng also sighed helplessly. If it is really a mental control with an ultra-long range, then it will be too difficult for them to find the guy who controls these people. Since there is no way to find the controller directly, we must start with Chen Qingji. The 5 guys were still like zombies at this moment. They had obviously found that their legs could not stand up, so they simply crawled on the ground at this moment. Still moving closer to Chen Qingji. Chen Qingji was completely confused by the situation in front of him. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.